Let's give them a warm round of applause as we kick off our afternoon.
How was the lunch? Good? Well, we have a little surprise, and the dynamic is easier. You have a glass of paper, a paper glass, okay? A paper glass behind your chair with the signature of Natalia. And you, if the people who have this paper glass win $50 of coupon of Jumia. You have to find, come on, paper glass, and say, hi, come on, the first one, came here, come on. You have to put the second one, come on here. No, came here, come on. And you have to put the chair in the same place. The third, and with only 4, come on. The winners have to came here. What is your name?
Mehul.
You like it? The e-commerce day is your first time? Come on. People, only 4 glasses. Okay? Is your first time in the e-commerce day? You like it?
Oh, yeah.
What is your name?
Lorinja Roge.
Okay. And you?
Shalin Sarah is my name.
The same, the first time? You have a company? What do you do?
I'm an interior design entrepreneur.
Okay, perfect.
Tabitha Shisia in the tours and travel company. Yeah.
And you like the e-commerce day?
Yes.
You will be here the next year like a speaker?
This is my first time. Yeah, I'll be here.
Well,
My name is Jaden Oal.
you lost without signature, only with the signature. Okay. Well, we can take a photo. We take the helmet. You select one. The pink. Well, was funny, no? Well, come on. You have to, Nati will give you a coupon after, okay? You have to maintain this, okay? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Actually, I'm going to invite someone else.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Marcos and Natalia, for that energizing initiative after lunch, after everybody's eaten. So I am Erica Van Bell, and I'm a manager at Trade Group. I have been working closely with Natalia and the Ecommerce Institute team to plan this event for the last several months. So I first want to thank Natalia and Igor. They have been an excellent team to work with. I have been amazed by their level of dedication and effort putting all of this together, and to see it come together today is really exciting. So also thank you to every single one of you who is here today, and all of our speakers who have been taking their time to provide the valuable insights that they are giving us today. And also my colleague, Michael Poor, who's over here. You met him earlier on the AI panel. He is the most connected man in this room. I think he knows so many of you. So thank you for helping to put this event on today as well. Okay, so I mentioned I'm Erica Van Bell, manager at Next Trade Group, and we are an implementing partner of the E-Trade Alliance. The E-Trade Alliance is what is supporting this event today. And the E-Trade Alliance, it was founded in 2017, and in 2019, it began growing and scaling in partnership with Palladium, my company Next Trade and Palladium. And it has now grown into a $29 million global development alliance and public-private partnership. So the mission is to enable SMEs in developing countries to grow their businesses through e-commerce. So we have different work streams that we work on. We want to improve logistics, access to finance, inclusivity. We want to promote capacity building for e-commerce skills and also policy enablement. So some of the things that we do include webinars, dialogues. We produce a lot of research and reports, which is not as the exciting stuff necessarily, but we also do projects around the world to help SMEs engage in e-commerce. And so that is why we're here today. Also, this fits really well into our mission. So we're convening all of you here today, stakeholders in the Kenyan e-commerce ecosystem, coming together, sharing ideas, networking. We're talking about the challenges you're facing, the trends that we're seeing in e-commerce in Kenya, and the opportunities. It's just really exciting to see everybody here. The energy is great. We have done this event 2 times now with the Ecommerce Institute, and both times in Nairobi. And you can tell why. The energy is great. You guys are doing so many great things in the e-commerce space. So we're just really excited to be here. We're honored to share this with all of you. And we want to keep working towards this mission of seeing all of you, the SMEs in here, continue to grow and flourish through e-commerce. So yeah, that's about me, and you'll see me around if you have any more questions about the E-Trade Alliance or Next Trade, and I'll hand it off to Natalia now. So thank you again so much for all of your being here today.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here today, opening the afternoon session of the Ecommerce Institute East Africa 2024. I'm Natalia Zuka, the Director of Strategies and International Operations at the Ecommerce Institute. At the Ecommerce Institute, we have a motto: knowledge empowers people and people empower business. We believe that knowledge is transformative and it has the power to elevate markets, inspire challenge, and open doors to new opportunities. That's why events like this are so crucial for the growth of the digital commerce ecosystem. At the e-commerce day, we share knowledge in 2 impactful ways. The first one is through panels and talks. Here we have top executives from different countries and inclusive from this country that are going to share all their experience with us, and then we can learn with them. This is really magical, not learn just like in a board when you are in a classroom, but also learn with others' experience. And the second way, it's through networking. And this way, it's so important as all the presentations that we have here, because with networking, we can learn with each other. Not just learn, we can do business, when we can improve our approach that we have through the market. So, and second thing that we have, I'm going to use this one, it's so much easier, I'm small. So another thing that to us, it's really, really important. It's have some place that is inclusive. So for this specific event, we create the program E-Women Networking Boost. And for this program, we have right now 92 women that have access to all the things that are here for free. We really believe this is something that we need to do to change the market. So the ways that we like doing it, it's like always share knowledge and always open the doors for different people to do the difference. And right now, we have also 2 opportunities to follow this event. The first one, it's in here with other panels. Amazing panels, I need to say. And the second possibility, it's in the door, in the next door, in the other side of the room, that it's the startup competition. In the startup competition, we are going to have 12 startups that are going to pitch, and then some juries that are going to evaluate them. And this is really interesting because we can learn with them. We can learn with the questions that the judges are asking and the answers. And also, probably, we are going to know the future of the e-commerce leaders of the country. So again, welcome in the afternoon session, and see you here or in the startup competition.
Thank you, Natalia. Let's give Natalia another warm round of applause. All right, we're now ready to kick off our first session for this afternoon, which will be an interesting one given where we are as a continent with the Common Africa Market, commonly known as the AFCFTA, where the rest of the continent is trying to come together as one market. So this next conversation will be quite interesting for those of us who are in e-commerce, who are traders, who are in business, and it is on expanding horizons, cross-border e-commerce strategies for multinational success. The moderator for this session is Alistair Tempest, who I would like to invite to come and moderate this session. I'll give us a quick look into who Alistair is. He's the CEO of the E-commerce Forum Africa, that's EFA, and the CEO of the E-commerce Forum South Africa. Since 2016, he has served as the president of the South African Institute of Interactive Marketing and the CEO of the Direct Marketing Association of South Africa, among many other impressive things. Should I go on? All right, let's give Alistair a warm round of applause as he takes us through the next session. You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is the dead spot where you all fall asleep after an extremely good lunch. So I'd like to start by inviting my panel to join me. Rui, Sammy, and Paul. Please join me. And while you're joining me, I'm going to ask a couple of questions. And I'm going to make a point to start with. There are 4 types of cross-border. And we should always, please, come and join me, please. So there are 4 types of cross-border that we're looking at. The first one is regional. It's the East African Community and COMESA. The second one is continental, the African Free Trade Area, AFCTA. The third one is looking east, looking at India, looking at China, looking at Japan, Australia, etc. And finally, looking north at the EU, US, UK. Sammy, where's Sammy gone to? Sammy was with me a few minutes ago. I've lost him. Here he is. Great. Good. So while he appears on the scene, and DHL is never late, ladies and gentlemen, so you may notice he's not late, please. So while he's joining us, just delivering something, in fact, while he joins us, I want to ask you, how many of you already today do business cross-border? Put up your hands, don't be shy. How many of you buy cross-border? That's going to be a lot more. And how many of you, thank you very much, and how many of you are thinking of doing cross-border or want to do more cross-border? So that's, everyone's put up their hands so far, plus. Okay, thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. So we do know now that most of you are interested in cross-border. The question is now, how do you do it? And here my panel will come in. So the first big, yes, absolutely. Oh, yes, a quick announcement.
Thank you, Alistair. Just a quick announcement. The startup competition is next door. If you're one of the startups who are in the competition, please make your way next door. If you would like to participate, watch the pitch competition, please feel free as well to walk right next door. Thanks, Alistair.
Madam Moderator, I've never had a moderator who's taken my audience away from me in such a pleasant way. Most of them just say, leave now. Alistair's talking. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first challenge obviously is logistics. And within logistics comes customs facilitation. How do you get the goods across customs? Warehousing. Do you have warehousing in different countries? And delivery times. It's been said that Africa will never have just-in-time delivery, which is one of the great things for e-commerce in America, for example. So, Sammy, from your enormous experience, could you please give me your views, or give, not me, but give views on these questions?
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. So thank you very much for that question. So in terms of the facilitation, as far as logistics is concerned, of course, there is a lot of factors to consider. And I think maybe where I would want to start is that in terms of adjusting time, we can be able to actually get to that level. And the way we are able to do that is basically when you have a product that you need to ship out of the country, the first thing is basically just to get an understanding in terms of what are the requirements as far as compliance is concerned. So what do you need in terms of like a declaration? Are you going to give the right information in terms of a description that is, and forget what you know about the product, but what someone else that doesn't know about the product would be able to understand. So in terms of that aspect, like if we think about like a custom declaration document, you will have the description, and the detailed description is basically what is the product, what is the material it's made of, what is the usage, and then when it comes to the declaration of value, the question is now what value do you put in? And one of the things that we see as a major pitfall from a DHL Express point of view is basically sometimes you say, for example, you're manufacturing the product. So you've got the cost of a product, and that is what you actually put as a declaration. In most cases, that becomes a major challenge when it gets to the other destination. So in terms of the true value that you're supposed to indicate, if this is actually something that is being consumed cross-border, then you have to ensure that the product itself, the value that you're indicating is actually the retail cost of what the person has bought it for. Because what happens with at the gateways, in terms of like the taxman, they will look at the actual product and they will actually have values already that they have based on experience. So those are some of the challenges that we actually face when it comes to trade, and more so even in terms of like intra-Africa, because there's quite a lot of fragmented information. So sometimes something gets charged, sometimes it doesn't get charged. And that's where we come in as DHL in terms of just facilitating that particular process and hand-holding and ensuring that you have the information that you need. So going back to the question from a long-winded way, because customs is a serious matter that we have to discuss, that is what I would have to say in terms of just where to start it. But do we manage to do it every day? Yes. What we take advantage of is, of course, like the trade agreements that exist. We make sure that we take advantage of like de minimis thresholds. And this is actually the point at which taxes are actually collected. So if a country actually has a higher de minimis threshold of about maybe above $50, for example, then you will see that those countries actually do pretty well. So if you think about countries like Nigeria, Rwanda, Ghana, when it comes to imports and when it comes to cross-border, it works very well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think for those of us from outside the region, one of the things that we get struck by is the digitalization that you've managed through Trade East Africa, for example. It's amazing. And that is something that we need to do. Moving on to the other major challenge, which is, of course, payments. And one of the things that I saw in a recent survey, most businesses say they don't want to do cross-border because of payments. The issue, there are a number of different issues in this. It includes the currencies that you're going to receive the product in, the national central bank rules on remittances from abroad, and all these sorts of regulatory issues, as well as currency conversion issues. Paul, could you give us your views, please? And Paul didn't practice this with us, so.
Thank you so much for the question, and pleasure being here and meeting these amazing people for this session. So my name is Paul. I look at commercials for Network, and Network International is a payment organization across Africa, where we work with our partners, merchant, banks, schemes, MNOs to process payment across Africa. And coming to your question, very, very important question, because most businesses, we see them, they want to operate in more than one market. In addition, we're also seeing a lot of global companies also come into Africa, and they want to work with partners that are able to support them in different markets of Africa, because sometimes you want to have one partner that is able to support you in different markets. And like you have said, while it's a great thing to do, of course, it comes with its own challenges. It's not easy, especially for Africa, where we have different currencies, unlike in Europe. Kenya is different from Tanzania, different from Rwanda. And when you go to West Africa, the same, as well as when you go to Southern Africa. So the first challenge that we face, and also our partners will face, is the regulation. Having regulation is a great thing, because we need to have regulation, but you find that we don't have harmonized regulations across the markets. So in Kenya, you'll deal with the Central Bank of Kenya, and they will have their own regulations. You go to Tanzania, you're dealing with Bank of Tanzania, BOT, the same thing in Rwanda, all the way to Zim and so on to West Africa. So different market, different regulations. So what you need to do then, you need to comply with those regulations. You might find what you're complying in Kenya probably is not required in Senegal, and unfortunately you have to comply. That will involve even how you process transactions, even the structure of your team, because sometimes the regulators want you to have a certain structure, certain roles, certain way of doing things, and that is something that is an extra cost for you. Unfortunately, there's no two way about it. You have to comply with each regulator in each market. Then the second thing is the currency, because every market is having its own currency. We don't have a common currency. And the multi-currency also brings sometimes a challenge, because assuming you are a business in Kenya and you want to sell across Africa, then it means you'll be collecting in different currencies in every other market. Sometimes you might want to transact also in a currency like USD. But now if you go to another market, you might want to collect in the local market. You might want to collect in international currency. So that's all a challenge in its own, and you have to navigate about it. Now, the other thing is now, when you start dealing with multiple currencies, it might also be expensive, because remember, conversion, any banker here will tell you there's a buying rate, there's a selling rate. So sometimes the rates fluctuate. Some currencies, like we know in some markets, are very volatile. They keep on changing. The day you bought, the rate, and the day you're being settled, the rate has completely changed, and it can throw you off and you lose money, or it becomes very expensive to you and you have to convert to the currency you want to be settling. So this is also another challenge. And that also may mean also sometimes what we are seeing is there's also delayed payment. If you are processing transactions and making payments in different markets, then sometimes, and some markets might have issues. If, for example, and it's open, you clearly know there are some markets, if you transact and you want to repatriate your funds from one market to another, there are regulations, there are caps. the regulator is telling you probably you can't transact beyond this, then that might mean maybe I'll have to get my money after a week or a month. I think it causes a challenge. Now, coming back, how do we overcome all these challenges? First thing, you have to work with local partners, the first one. Like as network, we work with partners in each and every market. For example, in Kenya, we will work with the banks in Kenya. We'll work with the M-Pesa, we'll work with Airtel Money, Visa, MasterCard, and all that. If you go to Tanzania, you'll find all the MNOs, we are still working with them and the local banks also. And then we also have to work with the regulator because you have to get the regulator approvals and abide by them. No shortcut to that. You have to create those local partnerships because the local partnership will help you overcome the challenge that you might face if you're not in those markets. Sometimes you might not necessarily have a local presence, but having local partnership will help you overcome. The next one, which is very critical, is on the currencies. Probably develop a mechanism of dynamic currency conversion. It's very complex when you don't understand if I'm collecting in this currency, what is it in my own currency? It also helps your customers to know what they're paying in their own currency. If the cardholder or the consumer is paying from whichever market or whichever country, they'll be able to know how much. And you also as a business, you're able to know how much you're collecting. So by enabling dynamic currency conversion, which we normally offer most of our merchants, then it helps them to know how much does it cost. And then thirdly, probably also having a very clear transparency, costing and pricing strategy so that everyone knows this is the cost it will cost me to transact so that there are no surprises. I'm able to plan well. And that is also something we're able to offer. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think you've raised a very important point, which is this difficulty of currencies and transfer of currencies. So COMESA is working on a currency system, which would allow, for example, someone here in Kenya to sell something to Uganda, it would be sold in Kenyan shillings and they would pay in Ugandan shillings. So it's a system that has been started by PAPS, which is African Free Trade Area Initiative in West Africa, I beg your pardon. There's another similar system in Southern Africa. And I'm also reminded that there is a discussion going on in the East African community, the EAC, for a common currency of the 7 countries. So, Paul, what is your view of that? And I'll also throw it open to my other panelists. Do you think that would help a lot? Do you think, how long, can you give us an idea how long this is going to take? Yeah.
It would help a lot. Unfortunately, I don't know how long it will take, but when you have different currencies, it's complicated because I don't know if I'm selling to my next market, what currency it is. Because if you look at having many currencies and different currencies, if they are stable, probably it might be okay. But if they are fluctuating, then it becomes a challenge because if I'm selling in Kenya shilling in Kenya, I'm assured of how much I'm getting. But if I'm selling in Rwanda franc and I don't know what will happen tomorrow, and you know, some currencies are also volatile. If you look at the beer or probably if you go to Zim and so on. So if we look at COMESA and we're having the same currency, of course, it would be great. I mean, we all admire how the Europeans have done it. It has its own pros and cons. But yes, when we have the same currency, it might help because you are assured of how much it's costing you. You're not converting because the nightmare we all have is the currency conversion. When you start converting, you might gain, you might lose. Mostly in Africa, we lose. And sometimes now when you lose, then of course it's a loss to you. And some currencies also, you don't know how you can also convert. So it's not even conversion alone. If you get paid in certain currencies, then also you might struggle to get your money to the home currency that you want. So those are challenges. If we are able to overcome that, then that would be great because that is what we would be recommending. But we understand it's a long-term thing and a lot of pieces need to be get together and there's some complexity on it.
Thank you. I think it's a little known fact that within the agreement on the African Free Trade Area, there is a sentence that says, and come to a common African currency. So that is something, a wish in the future. Rui, would you like to give a comment, and Sammy, on this idea of more currency, flowing of currencies, etc.? Yeah.
Thanks, Alistair. So I'll take the idea of payments because, well, I'm not an expert on payments, but on the marketing side of things, I think it solves a huge challenge on how you're going to position your product in the other market. So if you have a common currency, if you're willing, if I'm selling from Kenya, that's in Kenyan shillings, I definitely cannot produce an artwork or put on a website or, just market my product at 1,000 Kenyan shillings. I will have to in real time convert and put out those advertisements in Uganda saying X Ugandan shillings. And if the currency, the way the currency fluctuates regularly, we've seen a lot of volatility in the market. It really even impacts the messaging that the brand wants to send across, not just our own country, but now, so many other nations. And how do we control that communication when constantly the value of the item in all of these countries that we are willing to sell is changing. So from my perspective, if we have a common currency, it really, really homogenizes the messages in terms of sales, especially on e-commerce, to make sure that everyone's aware of the final cost they'll be paying for a product without, having hidden costs or changes or fluctuations when you actually put in your debit card or your M-Pesa to make that payment. So from my perspective, yes, it's a huge positive.
Sammy, very quickly. Is it a yes?
Yes, absolutely. So it definitely would make a huge difference because one of the major strides that the American market, the European markets have made is that actual similar currency. So it's always either it's in dollars or it's in euros. And in most cases, it actually makes a huge difference even in terms of the appetite for the product. So when it comes to like now, for example, intra-Africa, it would definitely make a huge difference because most of the times, maybe perhaps you're in Kenya, you want to buy something from South Africa, for example, you're starting to convert from maybe your money is in euros or is in dollars, then you convert it into their currency and then your currency, and it just complicates the whole buying decision. So definitely if the currency would actually be the same, it would make a huge difference. And more so even in terms of expansion. So for example, if we have, you're a business that is looking to expand from Kenya and you want to expand into Uganda, Tanzania, or the next country, then it makes a lot of sense because those are some of the challenges that come in when it comes to the pricing. You don't know what to add, what not to add. So yes, in short, definitely that would be very much welcome in terms of e-commerce. Yeah.
Thank you. I went off script, ladies and gentlemen, but I think it's a very, very important issue. Even if we get to what they call a trading currency, which is not something you'll find in your pocket, but which will be traded. But going back to, let's say, the third biggest and by far not the least biggest challenge, and that is marketing strategies. Rui, as a marketer, obviously the key to success is your marketing strategy. How do you get your brand? How can you tailor your brand to marketing both B2B and also B2C outside your country to potential buyers? With you.
Thanks, Alistair. Very important question indeed. Audible? Yeah.
Please.
I think on the marketing side, and I can probably, with convention, say that anybody who's marketing here would have made this mistake. And it's not something that an individual marketer is making or a big corporation is making. So the mistake is assuming that the population that you're selling to is a homogenized population. So, I mean, similar to bigger brands that want to come to Kenya, we've seen a similar problem. They'd say, I'm a Middle Eastern brand. I want to sell in Africa. And so find for me this brand persona that is applicable across Africa. Now, to answer that, I mean, as a marketeer, it's a difficult question. It's an impossible question. And on top of it, it's a very, very incorrect strategy because I mean, just look across in the room itself. We have a very, very diverse population present in this room today. So how can a brand expect to say one size fits all in terms of marketing and then push that strategy across the international markets? And it's a very, very important learning for you as potential sellers as well who are looking to sell cross-border. Do not view your USA population as one, American population, or your Indian population as the Indian population, Middle Eastern as one piece of information. One of the most important and very, very important strategy to nail that is to dig down different levels of population. So number one, of course, you want to sell in Africa. You want to sell in East Africa, you want to sell in Kenya, you want to sell in Nairobi. Within Nairobi, it's Westlands, it's XYZ locations that we are trying to sell at. Within this population as well, what are the groups that I'm really targeting? And that really brings us down to the cost factor of it, like how much money can now your business use to separate these population and how customized you can make your marketing message to each and every of these population. So, but then definitely looking a whole country or a whole region as one, area to market to definitely does not work. And it's a huge, huge, huge mistake that I'm sure each and every one of us who's into marketing have made in the past. So definitely drilling down and understanding what the audiences want. Secondly, I think also understanding the product market fit. You might have a wonderful product that works in Kenya, but if you're shipping it to USA, what is the exact value proposition you're adding to it? So I think two of the most important factors and kind of keeping it brief would be make sure your targeting is on point. You cannot mess up with the group of population that you're talking to because it's really, when you're sending it out, you're sending it out as a message to 100,000 people. But when I'm receiving it, I'm one person receiving your communication from the brand. So it's very, very important to drill it down to as much level as you can. And secondly, to really, really understand your product market fit in terms of very specific cultural differences and nuances that we have for brands that are incoming into Africa to understand those differences. And if we are as seller sending out our products into different market to understand what their different nuances and demands are. Thank you, Alistair.
And what about data and analytics and using data? Can you elucidate on that a bit? Yeah.
Sure. I think, well, yeah, that's a great follow-up question, Alistair. So when I've said that, you need to target, you need to find your product market fit, that actually is the next sort of lesson on how do you do that. So funny enough, I know as bigger brands might have budgets to now go into their market research, go across on the streets, find out what people want. A lot of our brands or businesses that we own do not have a potential to do that. E-commerce offers wonderful, wonderful tools that you can, maybe be spending $20, $30 a month, subscribe to certain tools, and you can get this information readily available to you. So from data analytics perspective, product market fit, it's really simple. Go to Google Analytics, subscribe to a SEO AI smart tool, find out what the population is searching for. That would just answer so many of your questions regarding any product that you want to introduce in any other market. And it's cheap, like $30, yes, I can put that out of my pocket. And that answers a lot of your questions and prevents a lot of mistakes that are happening. So at that stage, really, really important for data analytics. Second, when you're launching your product, you've launched it, you've done your messaging, you've sent it out. Google, Meta, wonderful, wonderful analytics that we have at our hand today to understand what is the uptake of the product. You might not sell on the first week, first month, or first 2 months even. But if you're seeing the uptake of your product and your marketing message is working, you're really on the right track. So second part of data analytics is really, really important. Number 3 would be, of course, when you're selling, that's data again. Who are you? Who are your buyers? How are they interacting? What are the channels that brought the sellers to you? It's really, really important to understand that data and put your marketing expenditure accordingly into those platforms. Number 4, and which is very important, and once the business is successful, a lot of us forget to do that, is to understand the feedback from the customer. And that's, I feel, the most important part of data analytics that we can do, especially to understand, and especially for cross-border e-commerce, when you're spending a lot of money to send your products to people who are far, far away, and there's no possibility of return, improvement in that aspect is really, really imperative. So use that data in terms of feedback, in terms of just asking your audience on how the product resonated with them. I think also develops a major part of the marketing strategy, especially cross-border.
Thank you very much. And testing is always a good idea. Social commerce, Sammy. So social commerce is mainly done by small companies. Some of them are sitting next door now. How do you see that building as a trend in East Africa, and what are your feelings about it? Because DHL is, to a certain degree, perfectly positioned to deal with small packages.
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And one of the trends that we've seen from Statista, 2027 social commerce will actually be worth about 8.5 billion, actually 8.5 trillion, sorry. So huge number. And particularly, this is very true, especially in the African setup. If you think about it, when we think about Africa specifically, or maybe Kenya today, if your business is not on social today, if you're not on Instagram, you're not on Facebook, maybe you're not on TikTok, then there's a very good chance that you're not really going to get to the audience that you're looking for. So from an e-commerce point of view, we are seeing quite a lot of that as a switch. The one thing that we have definitely started doing as DHL is, of course, seeing how can we further automate the whole process in terms of like the logistics. And even before we get into the logistics, I'm very happy that we have digital here because one of the biggest challenges that we have is in terms of like just the whole checkout experience. Because a lot of the times social media has been known as just basically to create awareness, drive the traffic, and people haven't really used it as a conversion, and it's more and more changing. And this is because most consumers want to actually be sold to where they're spending a lot of their time. So in terms of what we are doing as an organization is, of course, trying to see how can we be able to support that kind of trend that is happening. So yeah, this is what I would actually say from a DHL perspective. The thing is just to see what is it that is happening from a trend radar perspective. How can we actually be able to support this from a trade facilitation perspective? And we do exactly that in terms of our research and development teams. But we are poised 100% in terms of support, especially for an organization that is in all African countries. It is big for us to ensure that we are facilitating trade as efficiently and as successfully as we can.
Thank you. An issue which I'd like to ask all of you, leaving enough time for questions. An issue I'd like to ask all of you is the African Free Trade Area has offered to countries the ability to be digital champions. And there are two. One of them is Kenya. So when the honorable gentleman who addressed us to start with talked about the government and what government was doing, what would be your 2 or 3 points, or maybe 1 point, which you would like government to do? So starting with you, Sammy, because you were, and then coming this way, what would be your shopping list?
I think for me, the one that comes to mind, and this is a great question. So what comes to mind is in terms of just consolidating that whole data, because what happens today, and especially when someone buys online and for whatever reason, the fulfillment is done and the item has been delivered and now they don't need it, it has to come back. A lot of the times what happens is that it comes back. Let's say, for example, we even get to the point where it's actually come back to the country, and the way the customs authority will behave is like, this is not even an item that left that country in the first place. So in terms of just consolidating that information, in that it's possible to actually without making it too complex, because today, of course, there are mechanisms in terms of like export entries that are done. and it works pretty well, especially for bigger players and bigger consignments, higher values. But in terms of like individual consumers, you've bought a pair of leather beaded sandals from Kenya, chances are that even just that export entry will become extremely expensive. So it really doesn't make sense. So it's just a way of actually consolidating that information and facilitating that efficiency. From a logistics point of view, that would be a great value add, because those are some of the many questions we have. Most of our consumers or customers will tell us, but you shipped it. Now it's back. Why you? And they don't even see the difference between us and the facilitating regulator. So that's what I would say in terms of consolidation of information, just to make it more fluid and more efficient. That would really help. Yeah.
So again, taking it from a marketing perspective, I think one of the really important points that the free trade area agreement needs to address is the point of data protection, data sharing, and the data usage. I mean, I gave like a whole lecture on data usage a few minutes ago, but if there are going to be restrictions on what data is being shared cross-border between different countries, I guess it'll be really great to have those guidelines put across before we put the whole wheel into action, rather than having sort of a reactory approach to now, this country is getting our data on what we need to buy, on our consumers, on our demographics, on the age groups. So I feel an initial sort of understanding of where the data protection lies and how we can then groom our businesses to be having those messages sent across completely within the guidelines of the data protection would be something that would save huge costs from, both the government sides and the business side. So that I think is really imperative.
Thank you. Paul.
Yeah, to me, very important. I mean, we can't do digital without the government. Government plays a very important role. We see government as a stimulant. And to start with, the government also has to promote digital payment. And I'm happy, like in Kenya, most of the government services are paid digitally. So it also helps the consumers to pay in a more easy, seamless, and convenient way. So when the government itself embraces digital payments, then that's the right way, because now it also helps the private sector to follow suit. The second thing is the government also needs to bring in regulations that promote payments, that gives incentives so that the business community and non-government organization also look forward to the digital payment, digital space. And thirdly, also government bringing in regulation that protects digital payment, especially from a data security point of view, because everyone wants to pay digitally, but you also need to feel secure. My information is secure and it's confidentially stored. So when we bring these such regulations, it gives also confidence to the people paying, so that now they are able to promote digital payment. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, your turn. I haven't seen any of you fall asleep yet, but I'm always ready. Your turn to ask questions. Are there any questions from the floor? Two questions. Now you see why I'm standing here, because I noticed people before, they were struggling to see you putting your hands up. So yeah, thank you.
Hello, that was a very interactive session. My name is Leah Akot. I am a journalist and a graphic designer. So anyone can take up this question. What are the key factors to consider when entering a new market for cross-border e-commerce? And also on the issue pertaining the government, you've said sometimes the cost of shipping and a lot of money is involved. So for people who are doing it, how do you navigate through those challenges? Thank you.
Who would like to take that one?
So thank you, Leah. Probably I can start on the first question, and that is what I started by explaining. It's very important to enter into different markets because you don't want to operate in one market. And it would be great if you move to different market and you're able to process e-commerce. However, yes, you need to do your homework and you need to be prepared. First, each market is unique. And for Africa, we don't have standardization. So even within the East Africa community, the regulations that you go through for Kenya is different when you go to Tanzania. You have to, there are regulations, whether it's a communication regulation, or it's a central bank, and the way of doing business and the local partnership. So you need to understand the regulations in those markets that you are going to, so that you can be able to understand how will I comply with those local regulations. Then secondly, you need also to identify which local partners are you going to work with, because working with local partners is very important. And local partners, I mean, you must work with the banks, the telcos, and other partnerships that you need in different markets. So those are some of the things that you need to think about. Thirdly is the currency. If you are a Kenyan company, for example, and you want to start selling in Angola, yes, which currency are you going to collect? Do you want to sell in US dollar, in the local currencies? Do you want to get your money in Kenyan shilling? How will that conversion happen? How will you do it? And so on. So local currency, domestic currencies, international currencies. So you need to think about all those. So to me, those are the main things that you might need to think about as you move into expanding to different markets. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll just take one step back from where Sammy started. So Paul started, is to understand how needed is your product within your own market and within cross-border e-commerce. We have to understand that initiating cross-border e-commerce for any business, it's a costly affair. So first and foremost thing is to really, really understand how well does your product resonate with the population within your country, if it's something that's, you're able to sell within your country, or to understand how strong is your product market fit coming into the other country. As I said, again, data really works well and saves you a lot of dollars in terms of, figuring out your shipping, your partners, your, logistics and everything. So I think from like 2 cents, if I have to give on that particular question, would be to understand whether the success of your product first in the local market and potentially in the cross-border market. So that's, something that should be the step one for sure.
Yeah, so Leah, thank you very much for that question. So I'm going to start with what you would start with, and I'm not going to base it from a DHL Express point of view. So the first thing is basically, of course, to identify what market. And of course, as Ruhi has mentioned, in terms of data, you use what you have online, and you use what you have offline as well. So from an Express point of view, one of the privileges that we have is the fact that we are operating in more than 220 countries. So we've got a lot of data in terms of where do things move, which specific states. So we normally have that at least low-hanging sort of like information that we are happy to share. So ideally, what I would say is, of course, once you've been able to anticipate what your market is, the next question you need to ask yourself is what platform would be relevant to this market? So if I'm selling fashion, what would be the most relevant platform that I can actually list this particular product? And this could be either you could use your own website, or you could use social media, or you could use a marketplace. So it's a question of what would be the minimum viable product in terms of like a product, if we think about like the platform itself. And if you get that information, the next thing that you need to ask yourself, okay, so how am I going to list these items? Are the images going to be appealing enough? Right now, we are, of course, dealing with a lot of trends in terms of people wanting to see more of videos as opposed to just images only. So if you think about all those items and those nitty-gritties, then it leads you to the next aspect in terms of, okay, so I'm going to sell to this country. What are the regulations? What would they need? And that's where now it's very important to actually leverage, or not just a supplier, but a collaborating partner that can actually give you this information firsthand, so that you're now not getting egg in your face once you've already shipped something and suddenly you're being told it needs to be returned or it needs to be confiscated. So it's actually about getting it right first time and all the time. That is where you'd actually get it really good. So just to answer your question in terms of what you would need to do just to make sure that you don't have this many pitfalls that happen from a regulations perspective, is just making sure that you've got all your ducks in a row as far as like that whole export is concerned. So every time you start to think about a product, have the end in mind and see, who do I need? What do I need? And once you get all those fundamental things right, then in most cases it works out. We're not saying that things don't go wrong, but when they do go wrong, at least you're in a better place because you've actually compliantly exported or sold that particular product. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Can we try and see if we can take two questions if there's a second question at the same time? If not, no other questions. One more question on that side. And there, sorry. Yourself and then.
All right. My name is Naomi Mbugwa. I own a brand called Treasure Sense, a retail fragrance store. And when we're discussing the complexities of trading between various countries, I remembered there are times when you buy on Amazon, for example, and they can tell that your visa is from a different country, they give you an option of buying in USD or in your home currency. Now, when you buy in your home currency, there's an extra fee that comes, that's called exchange guarantee fee or something like that. And I'm curious, what stops us, if anything, from having something similar? Because it sounds like that would sort a lot of the cross-border issues. Thanks.
So we'll have questions, and then the panel will answer. I think we've got 2 or 3 minutes left.
Thank you, sir. My name's Joel Moigay from Palladium. I think the panelists posit well that the exchange risks are valuable for e-commerce, but what we understand is that one of the key of the exchange rates is the use of derivatives, and one of them is the swaps. And those derivatives really have been used out there, but what we understand is that for companies at different stages, and especially those that are in growth level, find it difficult to uptake derivatives. What can be done to ensure that derivatives, especially swaps, to address the exchange challenges can be addressed?
Panel, you have 1 minute each, because then we have to finish.
Fine. I'll start with the question of currency conversion, and you correctly put it. And that's what we did explain earlier on, that yes, one way of overcoming the exchange, different exchange and currencies is to use dynamic currency conversion. So what you've described about how to happen to Amazon is exactly what even as network does. So what we do is we will enable you as the business to sell in the currency you want. You can sell in Kenya shilling or USD. And we'll also enable your consumers to pay in their own currency. So you're seeing Kenya shilling because you're in Kenya. But if you're in Uganda, you'll also see Uganda shilling. And if you're in South Africa, you see South African rand. If you're in Dubai, you'll see dirham. So it is there. Yes. So what you're seeing with Amazon is what we call dynamic currency conversion. That's exactly what we are doing with network. We will enable you to sell whichever currency and your consumers to pay in their own home currency. So yes, you have talked about the fees. Yes, that is not necessarily what we would charge, but of course, the bank that has given you the card, it may charge you depending, but that's your bank, might charge you what they can call it any name, issue optional fee or conversion fee. That it's a markup that's on their side. That's what will charge you to cover for their own Forex and so on. But from an acceptance point of view, as we will send to you in your own currency. So that is there. It's there right now. We can be able to offer you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I think, again, from the payments perspective, what I see your question as is more of an enabling process rather than kind of disabling e-commerce coming into our country, because a couple of years ago, that option itself was not non-existent at all. Like if you're looking to buy from Amazon or from any other international platform, you would have to probably ship it to one of those shippers across another country and then get them imported to you. So this option is definitely an enabling way to kind of give you the option of purchase at the same time, because you yourself own a business. So from a seller's perspective, if you think it from that perspective, it also protects you against the fluctuations that could occur within that particular currency or market in the future, from the time that you ship the product to the time that you actually get your payment. So it's a bit of protection from both sides. And I assume that, you're on the payment side, but I assume that if the difference is non-existent by the time the product is shipped to you and you make the payment, I guess that money is refunded back to you. No? Should be, ideally. No, it's not. Okay. So it's just sort of an exchange fee that you kind of pay. I don't see personally that as a very permanent solution to what we have in terms of us having access to a lot more products that the other markets have. But I think in the interim, it's enabling. But I feel that with, if we do have a common currency, or if we do have a currency that we are trading in, which is not as fluctuating as the other currencies in the market, or the custom rules are a bit more defined, where the platform knows this exactly is what we are paying as duties. I think in future, we are definitely looking at a way where that difference kind of reduces, and hopefully in near future, it would be non-existent.
Thank you. Sam.
Yeah, so I'll take it really briefly. So I think it really good question in terms of the currency, and quite pertinent. I think it all depends on when you're actually, so either you're purchasing or either you're selling. So it's a question of what is it that you're going to indicate first. So one of the sort of like recommendations we give is, of course, use a currency. Don't reinvent the wheel. Use a currency that is acceptable universally. And today, dollars, euros, acceptable. And in fact, that will help you in terms of just if someone is actually purchasing. In most cases, you will have an idea in terms of what the dollar rate is going to be. And it helps it just become a little bit easier. Like now, if you look at closer home today, we know it's about 129, 130. Which is basically information that you always have. And the same applies to someone who is also buying from the other end. So if you're able to actually get that right from the onset, then it really helps you out, even in terms of like the regulations bit of it, because what is acceptable in terms of like declaration from a logistics perspective is have your cost or your declared value in dollars in most cases. It just makes life way much easier. So what I would say is do not reinvent the wheel when it comes to that. And I think the other thing that I would mention is, because you mentioned you have a brand, the next thing is now how do you automate that to actually work and offer convenience for that person that wants to buy? So one of the things that we normally would do, we do have a way to integrate your platform. So that at least you're able to actually have all these costs as a landed cost, and like what the conversions that Paul is talking about, those are conversions that would really help, so that at least by the time someone is actually checking out, they can see the cost of a product, they can see the cost of shipping, they can see the cost, and in this case, it would be an estimate in terms of fiscal charges, if there are any, and they're able to actually just make that whole payment as a whole, as opposed to now them just finding out way later. So I think that's the best sort of like recommendation in terms of practice. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it comes with great sadness. I have to say goodbye to my panel because they've done a fantastic job. We've touched on just little parts of the whole major problem of cross-border, and yet cross-border is your future. I'm absolutely convinced of it. In Africa, in the regions in Africa, in the East and in the North. So please join with me to thank my panel, Paul, Rui, and Sammy, very much indeed for all their expertise. We can take more questions outside if you insist. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Alistair and your panel. I'm sure you'll agree with me that that was quite an interesting conversation. Let's give them another warm round of applause. And I think, based on all the conversations today, cross-border is one of the next stages for many of the entrepreneurs that are here today. So thank you so much to Alistair and your panelists. Well, the next panel is also quite an interesting one. Empowering all voices, embracing diversity and inclusion in digital retail. This is an all-female panel. It's nice to see some familiar names on it. I would like to now welcome the host and moderator of this session, Fiona Nguraro from Ecommerce Essentials. She'll introduce herself and also introduce her panelists. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Karibu sana, Fiona.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Terry-Ann, for that introduction. I'd love to call up my panelists. Hilda Mora, please come up, and Sylvia Mbabu, please come up. Excellent, thank you. I'd love to give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves and tell everyone where you're from, who you're representing before we begin.
Awesome. Glad to be here today. I think e-commerce is very special to what we do at Pezesha. My name is Hilda. I'm the CEO and founder of Pezesha. So basically what we do is we provide SME financing, and majority of the SMEs that we support definitely are in the e-commerce space. And our goal is to make sure that they succeed now more than ever. But the other reason I'm here is also because I sit as an E for trade advocate for the English-speaking countries for the UN Trade and Development. So I'm going to wear that hat today as well, because I'm going to talk more about the policy and the work that we do. And so my function in the advocate initiative is basically to do two things. One is to advocate for the right policies that enable entrepreneurs in e-commerce and digital world. And the second one is for setting an example and inspiring other entrepreneurs in the digital world. And the work that we do is to basically empower more women, support them with mentorship, and promote initiatives that actually promote global digital economy. So again, glad to be here and to share some of the insights and experiences in my journey. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Hilda. I met Fiona earlier. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sylvia Mbabu. I work for Brighter Monday, which is a subsidiary of the African Talent Company. And what we do there is we actually offer various digital services around recruitment. So for those who've heard about Brighter Monday, you've probably come there looking for a job. If you're an employer, you've come to us because you have a vacancy to fill. However, outside of those services and more closer to the context of this afternoon is we run impact projects or partnerships with different organizations that look into increasing youth employment, which is also included in entrepreneurship as well, where e-commerce comes to play. But closer to the conversation we're about to have this afternoon, I lead the impact projects there, and we just recently concluded one very important initiative where we learned a lot of lessons around inclusion, and it was mostly looking at increasing adoption of e-commerce in Kenya.
Welcome, thank you very much. So as mentioned today, our panel is all about empowering all voices, embracing diversity and inclusion in the digital retail space. Now, we're going to delve into the connections between diversity and company performance within the digital marketplace, as well as explore concrete strategies to foster greater diversity and inclusion in organizational dynamics. While many of us recognize the value of diversity, for those who might not yet have a clear picture of the wide-ranging benefits it brings to organizations, I want to start our discussion with a compelling data point I think will capture everyone's attention. Now, according to a McKinsey study, diversity strongly correlates with improved financial performance. You can see from the chart up there on the screen, illustrating how companies with greater ethnic and gender diversity often see enhanced financial outcomes. In addition to financial gains, diversity provides other concrete advantages. I would love to start with Hilda. Could you share with the audiences some additional benefits of building a more diverse organization?
No, absolutely. I think diversity is no longer I need to, I should, it's a must, to embrace diversity. And I think it's the current world we're living in. If you are not thinking about diversity in bringing more women on the table of decision-making or in the innovation space, then there's something that is going to go wrong. And now more than ever, I think it's also going to define the success of many businesses. And I'll talk about some of the work that we do at Pezesha, just to drive that diversity and how we see the benefit of bringing diversity on the table. And so we've supported more than 500,000 SMEs with access to capital. 60% of those SMEs are women. And we see the reason why these women come to get credit from us is not because they don't have other options. Of course, most of them are unbanked, they are underserved. But then, they do not know how to access credit, where to go, to understand the terms. And so for us, it's not just about giving these women credit to say we've crossed this diversity mark. It's to say, how do we include them into our ecosystem and they retain and they become, their businesses can be able to grow and they become empowered in that journey. And so it's taken a process, it's taken an entire journey to do this. And one of the things that we've seen as part of this benefit is most of these women we provided credit to, it's their first time to receive credit from Pezesha. And so, when they come in, they are not only just looking for credit, they're asking, how can you help me to be part of the financial ecosystem and actually to see myself grow and my community as well. They're interested in the long term. So one of the key benefits, at least from our story, has been if you include a woman into the financial inclusion and in the digital space, you're catalyzing an entire community. And I think for us, that has been more a reality practically because we've seen most of the women we've supported, their business has grown, their community has grown, and the ripple effect that translates out of it is so powerful beyond what we have imagined as part of our mission. I think the other thing that I'll mention is just in terms of problem solving. We don't just empower SMEs, we've also made an intentional effort to make sure that our workforce is at least 50% women. So as it stands in Pezesha right now, 50% of the people involved in innovation and the creativity of the solutions we offer in SME are women, starting with myself, yeah? Just a bit about my background as a software engineer. I studied in Strathmore University. My background is as, programming. So I come to the table with quite a lot to offer in terms of the engineering skills. So women, involving women bring different perspectives in the development of these solutions. And we've seen the magic at Pezesha, which is we're bringing both men and women at the table to design, to build, and to actually develop this product to market. And what that means is we're able to factor in the perspectives of women in a 360 way and integrate their ideas, integrate the research that we do on the ground, not only as the innovators, but also in the problem-solving solution. So I think for me, I will say, the biggest benefits we've seen is also what we have experienced as Pezesha, which is really just if you empower and you bring the women on the table to drive the diversity of the solutions, you are not only just catalyzing their business or their innovation, you're catalyzing the entire community.
Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that. Really showing that, bringing women into the financial inclusion net and also making sure that they're part of the, fixing the problem and product development. That's really, really powerful. To build on this discussion around diversity's impact, I would like to share an excerpt from an article by Robert L. Alley and David A. Thomas that was published in the Harvard Business Review. And this quote states, maybe I can have it on the screen, please, the next slide. Increasing diversity does not by itself increase effectiveness. What matters is how an organization harnesses that diversity, as discussed by Hilda in that lovely example, and whether it's willing to reshape its power structure. Now, the authors emphasize the importance of actions like building trust and actively working against discrimination and subordination. Sylvia, I would like to bring you into the discussion and bring the discussion closer to our region and also the e-commerce sector specifically. I'd love to ask you to share your experience and insights on leveraging diversity in e-commerce skills development.
Thank you, Fiona. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, we just concluded an activity that was looking at, increasing the youth adoption of e-commerce for youth among young entrepreneurs. And I think one thing that we learned is how are we defining diversity? So to someone, it could be how many women, so it's more than gender-based. But if you look at the different definitions we have around diversity, they all circle around how represented are the human demographic differences in whatever category of people you're dealing with. And so in this specific activity that we had, so we were looking at young people aged 18 to 35 years. We had a target for young women, so at least get to, 40%. However, as we were implementing, we found out there was more to it. So just because someone is an entrepreneur and aged between that 18 to 35 age group does not necessarily mean that they're homogeneous in terms of their contexts. So for example, we found out we have persons with disabilities who want to join the training program. Was this catered for? Had we thought about it? We have a young person in Marsabit. They've seen it, it's online. You're mobilizing, looking for people online. So it's not really limited by geographic boundaries. And so how does this person also get to benefit from this? So I think that's the question to ask ourselves then. When we say diversity, what does it mean? And what do we want to achieve? So that then it's not just something we are ticking a box for. We are meant to reach 40% women, now we have that. But what does the initiative that you have mean to these different demographics that we are talking about? And borrowing from the excerpt that you just read, looking at diversity versus effectiveness, for example, back to the objective. So how do you measure metrics for success in the business, if it's a business setting? Earlier, we heard from the CEO for Jumia, who mentioned activities out of Nairobi. So you remember there's a time when only people in Nairobi would benefit from the services or products that Jumia had. And one good example, one of my siblings lives in Nyanza, works there in medical research. And interestingly, she's the most active on digital commerce. I think in a month, I can imagine how many purchases she'd have to do. But then being all that far away and very active on digital trade, could only purchase something and then have someone in Nairobi pick it up and then have to send it all the way to Nyanza. But because then these e-commerce platforms, for example, are able to look at diversity, not just within the workforce, because most of the time when we discuss it, we're looking at, okay, so how are we integrating diversity in the workforce? But even unknowingly, as the businesses are thinking about the market segments, who they serve, unknowingly, they're actually incorporating these principles of diversity, just that is not intentional from that context. So if we are thinking, oh, the larger population in Kenya, 70% are in the rural areas, we need to tap into that market. Then you have to come up with strategies that are specific to that market. So that's still diversity. Then in the same sense, yes, it's not effectiveness as mentioned in the quote. However, it still brings positive impact on the business. There's either market expansion to areas you had not been before. You're reaching a demographic that you are not reaching before that has a purchasing power that is benefiting the business with revenue. You're probably building more brand loyalty from the consumers because, they feel felt, they feel heard. So there's more to look into. in terms of diversity and how these businesses are benefiting from it. So I think for me, it's mostly to look at the basics. So for example, if we want to increase the number of women, as mentioned by Hilda, or maybe the number of youth in an organization, do we have a talent pool that has this diversity within itself? And then it now brings us back to, again, skills development. So how many people have those skills who have the diverse, representation that we are talking about? Yeah. For the longest time, we've talked about women in tech, mostly because in that space, it was mostly men. However, even as you want to give the opportunities, do those women with those specific skills exist? And I felt specifically in this case, that's what we were able to address, that we have women who are now getting skills around e-commerce, the wide range of e-commerce skills that are needed, whether it's digital marketing, whether it's social media management, whatever it was, that now we have more women that have these skills and can stand up to be counted when those skills are needed.
Thank you very much. I loved your points. I think there are different ways of defining diversity. There's diversity in gender, age, disability, and so on. And we'll definitely get into those different areas as well. Thank you so much for that. Since we are a fully female-led panel, let's stick with the gender diversity. And I'd like to touch on a crucial topic of women's inclusion in the workforce. As you can see on the screen, according to data from McKinsey, it may take almost 50 years to achieve true gender parity for all women. Now, that's a scary statistic. 50 years, that's a very, very long time. Now, with these numbers, I'd love to turn this to Hilda. As a woman who is both a CEO and a founder in tech, and also ANCTA's E-Trade for Women advocate for English-speaking Africa. Could you share your thoughts on the current landscape for women leaders in digital industries? And what do you believe are the most impactful steps that companies and governments can take to accelerate this timeline? Shorten it so it's not 50 years.
No, absolutely. 50 years is a long time, but we have to shorten that with the strategies that we choose to intentionally take. And I think this is going to be a collaborative cohesion, and governments and companies have to be decisive about it. They have to apply multifaceted approaches in this particular, coming up with solutions, not to get to 50. If we can shorten that to this year, next year, I think it's possible to do that if we can actually put these collaborative efforts together. So I think from a government perspective, and now putting on my hat as the E4Trade advocate for the English-speaking countries, we talk about these policies. We are invited at the table to present these policies, to debate about them. And these policies are from, how do we include more women, more young entrepreneurs to be part of a digital economy, digital policies, and policies that compact, the growth of e-commerce. And I think we've seen just so recently, there was new laws that were passed in the e-commerce laws. And, I'm very proud to say that part of the advocates across all the countries in Africa, we were involved in shaping up that policy. And so I'm really proud to represent Africa in ensuring that those policies, not only just thinking about how can government create an enabling environment, but also how can government actually create incentives to allow more female-led entrepreneurs to actually be part of that ecosystem. I think also in terms of what we've seen is government, of course, needs to play a big role. And coming from a tech, education, for me, one of the things that still pains me is the fact that we don't still see so many STEM, science-related programs and initiatives that, actually can say, we started training these women, we've empowered these women, we have grown them, they have started businesses, and now they are creating jobs and opportunities for others. We've seen those programs start, but they actually don't finish the work that they need to do. Yeah. So I think government needs to collaborate with private sector in coming up with these STEM-related programs and initiatives that are going to be sustainable, because it's not just about science and bringing more women. I mean, in every university, I'm sure there is now a program, but now we're not seeing more women coming into fintech, for example. We're still seeing in every, globally, you know, less than 5% of women are running fintech entities, which is also where e-commerce plays a big role in driving financial inclusion. And so we really need to see these programs, you know, think about the sustainability of them. And that's where private sector comes in and companies to say, how can we bring in the resources, the training capacity programs that allow us to collaborate with government to make these programs a reality. And mentorship is just the beginning of that, but mentorship is not the end. And if you've heard me talk before, one of the things that I keep on saying and insisting is women are over-mentored, but underfunded, yeah? But so we need to get more private sectors to come in and say, how can we support more women beyond the mentorship programs and start funding them, giving them early fundraising? And that's also part of the job that we do in the E4Trade Advocate program. We bring in these stakeholders and educate them and train them on how to actually reach to younger women. I mean, Pezesha has fundraised. We've raised BC capital, but how many more women can we get into the ecosystem using the learnings that I have had to actually empower them? And then lastly, just to conclude, I think it's really important that we remember that it's not going to be an overnight success. I think government and private sector working together, there's quite a lot of success that can come out of it if the intention and strategic leadership is actually provided. So one of the things that we just need to ensure is the people running these programs, you know, are thinking about the strategic aspect of it, but they're also thinking about how do we make it sustainable beyond just grants, beyond just the story. I think that's the level of conversation we need to have is let's move towards closing this gap from 50 years. And the only way is if we start to think about the sustainability of these programs beyond the support that is needed.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll stick with you for the next question as well. There's a report, a Women in Tech report from Trust Radius that found that 78% of women in technology feel they have to work harder than their male counterparts to prove their worth. I mean, with this in mind, what would you say to women who may be facing similar challenges? Do you have any strategies or encouragement to share for women aiming to thrive and make an impact in the industry? We've talked about what government should do and what private sector should do. What advice do you have for the women who are really trying to thrive in the industry?
No, absolutely. I think it's a fact. It's what it is. And, you know, this e-commerce space and generally when we think about inclusion, it's going to be a male-dominated sector. But I think there's so much work that we first need to acknowledge that is being done to basically start, you know, narrowing this gap. Possibly once and for all, I think is a question that we need to ask ourselves. And I think there's a lot of work that is being done, not just with the E4Trade Advocate program. There's a lot of initiatives. We have a masterclass program that we do every year to bring women entrepreneurs in each country, especially in the Africa. So the one taking on is in December for the masterclass for Africa. And we bring entrepreneurs to come together. We train them, we mentor them, but we also bring other entrepreneurs who've been in the journey to share about their successes and their failures. So I think this is an opportunity for young women to take advantage of initiatives that are actually in front of you, you know, and embrace them with fullness and confidence. And I think that's also something that we will continue to preach as part of the Advocate initiative. Women, confidence is not just showing up, you know, confidence is actually taking initiative and trying and failing and putting that resilience heart continuously until you see something come out of it. So I'll tell the women, and I see many young women here, to embrace resilience. It's a process, but you have to show up and actually do it. And I think also maybe just to add is women should be proud of their achievements. You know, I have been in this journey for more than 15 years, and I'm glad to see a very good friend of mine, Terian Chevet. She knows my story, so you can ask after this. But I think we've been in this journey together, and she's seen me grow, and she's been part of those mentors and champions in my life. So one thing I can tell women is find a support system that believes in you, and as I said, I'm glad to see some women here who have been part of my journey, but also that support system, you should pester them and tell them, hey, where are the opportunities? Terian, you're going for the e-commerce, I'm coming with you. I'll find networks there. I need to build networks. But also you need to make that effort. When you find the support network, make sure that you're also tapping into it and taking advantage of it. But again, lastly, I think, we women, we need to make sure that we're also not just saying, believe in ourselves. You need to start by believing in yourself, yeah? And before someone else believes in you. And I think it's really important that we continue to embrace the journey of resilience, but also at the same time, know that you have a seat at the table. It's already there. There's so many opportunities, and you just need to make sure you're in the right place for that.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's a really powerful statement. Know that you already have a seat at the table. So it's now up to you to believe it and, do the hard work. Yeah. All right, I'll switch gears now and move to generational diversity. As digital retail evolves, companies now have teams that span multiple generations, each bringing their unique skills and perspectives. But also, they need to cater to customers of different age groups. So Sylvia, based on your experience recently implementing an e-commerce development project, how can sector players enhance generational diversity while actively benefiting from it? And how do we bridge generational gaps and harness the diversity to drive innovation?
So looking at it from a dual approach. So we have internal diversity, and then we have external facing, the vendors, the collaborators, the customers. And internally, we have the workforce, for example. So I think when you speak to different managers, they'll mostly allude to, the older folk being more process-oriented, thinking about trust building and so on. And whenever we are thinking young people, tech savvy is always the first adjective that pops up. They want quick solutions to problems. So of course, when you have intergenerational teams, you're able to benefit from all these aspects because they are all important. We don't have one that is, more important than other. They all come together. And so if you have the benefit of having this kind of teams, and in case you don't, then it's time to think about it. Then you're able to have, more easier problem solving initiatives where you benefit from the different approaches from these age groups that we are talking about, whether it's those who are more, trust building and those who are thinking about quick solutions. We can always find, a common place where all these aspects matter. In terms of innovation as well, because finding the tech savviness is quite heavy on that. However, then we can still inbuild this, whether it's, we talk about having institutional memory because of the people who have been there, the older folk or employees who've been in the company for long, or in the sector, not necessarily in that institution. So they've seen a lot happen. They've seen norms come and go. They've seen how changes are happening within the context of the business that is operating. So they're able to bring this into the table. They're able to bring these experiences and have them incorporated, whether it's product development that is ongoing, or we are coming up with a new market strategy that we need to develop or design. Other than that, of course, when we're looking externally in terms of how we handle our customers, if you have a multi-generational workforce, then it's also representative of the generations you're serving as customers. Then they are able to simulate the experiences of these customers based on their own experiences. And they can come up with then, customer-centric products, customer-centric services, and still on the same aspect, then you have a customer support team, in case that's the role that a multi-generational team is playing, being able to answer to the different needs of these customers. And as I mentioned earlier, nothing builds loyalty brands like feeling heard or listened to. So if you have a company that has products or services that are really speaking to you, regardless of what age you are, then definitely you're building your loyalty for that brand. So I think without saying that, in terms of looking at the different generations that are coming now, as we recruit, how intentional are we? Because we do know it's not just that we have a young workforce and so most of the people applying are young and so on. We also have employers we deal with who do not want people of a certain age group, which is younger, because they feel they're not as patient, depending on the role they're coming to play. But if we are thinking about the benefits I'm talking about across the spectrum of the team, then we are not I don't say really segregation, but that's not what it is. But we are not making choice and picking our employees depending on my personal preferences. I don't like how young people act and so on. So I think that's what I've seen. But in terms of recommendations now, if we have these multi-generational teams working together, so one cross-generational training, because they get to learn from each other. Now, even as we say that the young people are fast, they want quick solutions, we speak of old souls. That happens a lot. Like you'd have an adjective, you have this 5-year-old, but they love jazz music and so on. So some of these aspects and behavior we can pick based on how we are being mentored. So the young can learn from the old. And also the older generation or older employees can learn from the youth that are working in these organizations. However, if we're looking outside, I mentioned earlier externally in terms of the customers that we are targeting. Now, when it comes to purchasing power, it's true the young people are more digitally oriented, so they'll buy stuff online. They're more trusting to buy things online. However, when it comes to purchasing power, in most instances, as a young person, if I'm 23, I probably have to rely on my mom or dad to make the purchase or provide the finances that I need to make that purchase. So even as we are coming up with the messaging for marketing or driving a product or service, despite it being made for this demographic, the person who is making the decision of if this service or product should be purchased or utilized in the household may actually be not the person who is targeted for the product or service. So it's important to have all these aspects in mind whenever we are coming up with these products, services, and solutions when we are externally facing, but now internally in terms of coming up with sustainable initiatives that we are incorporating all these generations within the business, so that then we have the older generation who are thinking more long-term. So their solutions are thinking what happens today, 5 years, 10 years from now, because they've been there, they've seen how things can change, but also incorporating the new ideas that come with a youthful workforce.
Thank you, thank you. I think we can no longer run away from generation diversity. Yeah. Just building on that and the importance of diverse perspectives. Let's talk about customer inclusivity. Hilda, as companies strive to serve an increasingly diverse customer base, as highlighted by Sylvia, what strategies do you think are essential for digital retailers and companies to better understand and meet the needs of underrepresented communities?
No, absolutely. I think the answer to that question is just very simple. Go to where your customers are. Yeah, it's not the other way around, because most of the companies right now, if I look at our space in financial inclusion, our customers are demanding for much more. Gone are the days where people used to walk in banks and ask for services, brick and mortar doesn't work anymore. COVID changed everything. And the current macro world is just making it clear that we're never going backwards when we need to go forward with embracing the customer needs and where they are. I think the best way to answer that question would be just to give you examples of what we've done in Pesesha. And so we've been in this journey of building these solutions for our SMEs. And as I mentioned, almost 60% of our customers are in the e-commerce FMCG space, fast-moving consumer goods. And so you'll find majority of these businesses, when COVID happened, they closed their shops, Now they really needed solutions that actually address their digital presence, allowed them to access credit in an embedded way. And so we had to listen to them. And so we went on the ground, we embraced partnerships. And so really the first strategy is, how do you ensure that you build strategic partnerships to know or to reach these customers where they are? And so our model is embedded finance. So we integrate with partners, we integrate with suppliers like the Jumias of this world. And then Jumia will then open credit as a payment method to their merchants. So when their merchants check out, they have the option of M-Pesa, they have the option of cash, but they also have now the option of credit, which now is Pezesha's platform and ecosystem. And so we fully embedded our solution in almost all the e-commerce you can think of scenarios or case studies here. So embedded partnerships are very crucial now more than ever in terms of just making sure that the solution is tailored to the needs of the customer. I think the other thing I would add is there's a lot of education that needs to be done. And this is an investment that companies need to make. For us as Pezesha, one of the things that we've done is we've basically embraced financial education because we are in the fintech space. So every customer that we provide credit to has to go through our financial education program. And initially it was very, very manual. It's say, walk in here, let's do the education and give you the tips on how to properly borrow credit, how not to get over indebted. But now, because we have a lot of data that we've collected over years by working with more than 500,000 SMEs, now we have tailored this solution with machine learning and AI to tell us when a female business comes into our ecosystem and they don't have any credit history, where do we start? If they don't have any data, how do we embrace them? How do we credit score them? How do we make sure that we can start building their credit history on our platform? So all this has been an investment we've had to do, educating the customer and leveraging on data. And I think data is, as they say, is the oil. But now we need to extract the oil. I think now that we all are talking about, you know, the next stage of forward thinking, now is how do we extract this oil and make sure that we understand the insights that come out of it. So whether it's government, whether it's private sector, I think data is going to play a big role in leveraging, you know, this uptake and making sure that there's that diversity, but also there is understanding the customer at their point of need, and also scaling those programs and sustainably so that the customer is not only just included, but they are actually able to influence their feedback into that entire value chain. Because for us, there's a lot of research that goes in, but also there's now customers giving us feedback and how we accept that feedback. Recently, we partnered with a company called Dial Africa. And the reason we did that was because we wanted the customers to start giving us feedback. Now, not us going to them, because we can't hire 50 researchers to go and collect customer feedback. So then what we did is we've embraced AI chatbots and tools that allow customers to speak to us anytime, 24/7. Yeah, and we are able to actually respond to them and actually help them up the Pezesha ladder. So I think there's quite a lot that can be done, but really going to where your customers' needs are is really the current world. And I think every organization will have to think about it, not just from an investment, but the only way to remain competitive in the market is not only just listening to your customer, but allowing them to influence your growth.
Thank you for that. That's very, very, very important. Just on that point, just to reiterate on that point or to move that point a bit further, Sylvia, what do you think the digital economy plays in advancing disability inclusion? How can digital platforms and tools help create a more equitable access and meaningful opportunities for persons with disabilities, especially in the realm of entrepreneurship?
I always find that debate interesting, mostly because the opportunities are easier to identify. What is difficult is if the people we want to benefit from that inclusion are actually ready to benefit or take advantage of those opportunities. So for example, when we talk about the digital economy, we have jobs like, let's say a graphic designer, who, if I am providing that kind of service or role to an organization and I have a mobility challenge or I have a mobility disability, I don't have to be physically present at that institution. I can do it from my home. But then, do I have that graphic design skill? So when we are coming up with capacity building or building human capital around digital skills, are we being intentional about making sure that a large proportion of, the people who are receiving this skilling are actually people with disabilities, and not just to comply to, a government quota of 5%, but actually doing it because it should be done and they need to benefit from these opportunities. And it's not just roles, it's also entrepreneurship opportunities like the e-commerce platforms offer, that I can sell products from the comfort of my house because I can put them up either on an e-commerce platform or a social media platform. But do I have first the knowledge of knowing which platform suits the product or service that I'm offering? Do I know how much it costs? Maybe to either set up on that platform, or maybe setting up is free. I have to pay something to boost the product so that, there are thousands of other people offering the same product or service as I am. Do I have that skill to know, or the knowledge to know what to do to make sure that I'm competitive in that space? So yes, the digital economy has those opportunities for people with different challenges. But then, can I do that? So that's one. The second thing is, I mentioned e-commerce platforms, for example. Let me take that up. Because as we were implementing the Ibis kwa Vijana initiative, one of the things we learned, even we ourselves may not be compliant. As we push diversity and inclusion, small things like the colors we are using on our website, the kind of font we have when we're describing the products. Can a customer who has a certain disability read? Is the color that is being used a challenge for me as the user? So they're really small things. They look small, but we don't think about them. So are these things that we can start thinking about and we incorporate? And some of them don't really cost. It's not like you have to invest in some huge technology. One of the things we had to do with our team is we discovered, I think, a web accessibility guidelines that you can just put up your website and it goes through it and gives you scores on different areas on how your website is compatible or not, or rather is accessible to people with different challenges or not. And you can check it out. I think the acronym is WCAG. Anyone who wants to put up their platform or website just to be checked, I can see people picking up their phones. Yes, WCAG, just write it down. So if you go and put it up, it will give you results. And because of that, we were able to go back and actually make changes. Yes, we were not selling, we were providing training content and claiming, to target a certain category of underrepresented persons, but we had not put that into consideration. So I think for me, let's go back to the basics. The opportunities are there, yes, because they give us the comfort of, working from our convenience in terms of the opportunities of roles, whether it's employment or entrepreneurship. However, I think we need to focus more on making sure that these persons with disabilities have the capacity or the capability to harness those opportunities, whether it's in employment or it's in entrepreneurship. Then to the gatekeepers, whether it's people creating the jobs, back to being intentional, that as we recruit, are we practicing inclusive hiring practices? And it's not just for the workforce. When we are selecting vendors and suppliers, do we also have that in mind? So yes, we want to make sure our businesses are, optimizing on profit, reducing on costs, but are we being intentional about how inclusive our procurement practices are, our recruitment practices are, also our messaging and communication out there as we market our products and services. So it goes beyond just thinking about this is our opportunities available. But intentionality, I think for me, would be key, both externally facing and also internally.
I think let me just add to that. From our own experience, especially with building at Pesesha, we think about, you know, people with disabilities as not only just a strategic opportunity, but also a social responsibility. Because at the end of the day, you know, they bring in diverse skills as well and perspectives on the table. And for us, that's already part of how we recruit, how we look at our policy in the company. We have to balance it as well. We have to, when we put the job description out there, you know, it's very clear that we welcome also people with disabilities to apply for the job. You know, it's not restricted to only people who are okay. So we make those, you know, those practices very clear in the way we do things, in the way we hire, in the way we include them, because from our own experience, we've seen those individuals bring in quite a lot of rich experiences, even in how we design the product. And we think about empowering more women outside Nairobi. And when we start to think of rural communities, we've seen a lot of experiences. We've seen a lot of other needs that we need to cater for, even in the work environment. How do we think about the workplace? You know, we are now saying it's remote, it's hybrid. When you have people with disabilities, you have to think about it as well in another dimension. So I think for us, you know, as a company, we've continued to learn, but one of the things we've really seen, you know, working with that side of the inclusion drives a lot of opportunities for the company in the way we design the product, in the way we roll out the product, and in the way we reach out to more women.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. I'd love to open up the floor for questions. Please put up your hand so we can take some few questions. Thank you.
Hello, that was an awesome discussion that you had, and mine is rather from what you just said. I am a graphic designer, and one of the places that I learned graphics was on social media. I used a lot of Instagram and YouTube, and that is how I was able to grow my career. So picking up from what you've said, it is important to be aware of what is available for us as women, because not everyone has an opportunity to go to university and get schools that are expensive, but you can still use the available resources to really work on your career. So I really learned a lot, and I want to thank the organizers for this event, because a lot of us are starting up our businesses, and getting such good advices is very important for us growing. So thank you so much for the organizers and for you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Nyokabi. I'm a sign language interpreter, and I wanted to bring up a particular topic that may not have been talked about. Persons with disabilities are people who are skilled, yes, but it's true that not all of them are able to have the skills to take up most of these opportunities. So also considering that we cannot legislate people's attitudes, I can't, like the parliament can't go and say, okay, from today, we need to see persons with disability as human beings. We need to see them as XYZ. So my question is, do you guys have any advice that you can give brands that are represented here from an attitude perspective? Because we've talked about what they can do. You know, if you have a job opening, you can state that persons with disabilities are encouraged to apply. But do you have any advice that you can give to companies here to encourage them to improve their attitudes towards persons living with disabilities? Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Steve Dimba from Clinic Telehealth. We offer virtual healthcare services. My question goes to Hilda. You're very proactive and very focused on ensuring that the girl child takes center stage, especially in the tech environment. However, my observation has been, and this stems from pushing STEM courses in university and then transitioning them into the work environment. I've attended a couple of hackathons, specially designed for university students to be able to pick ideas and nurture them into the world of commerce or commercialization. However, when those calls are put out to university, you'll find out of 10 applicants, only 2 or 3 are ladies. But in a class, if you go back to that particular tech class, you'll find 40% ladies are present. So where is the disconnect where when such calls are put out, you'll find the boy child has more propensity to apply than the girl child? And what can we do to change that particular narrative? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rhoda McKenna, founder and director of Nicrip Investment Africa Limited. My question goes to Wezesha Credit. We appreciate women have been so much empowered, as it has been said, but less funded. We get empowered in register companies, we hit the ground, we get LPOs, but when it comes to going back to the ground, we walk into Wezesha Credit, the story is different. We need to have collateral for us to get loan. Sometimes we talk to credit facilities, we get like undertaking between bank, company, and people are giving us LPO, but you decline. Now, as a Wezesha Credit, which products can you have for ladies in such a way when you get like an LPO, we can walk in and get funded for our LPOs, for us not, because we end up selling LPOs to other people. Thank you.
I think I'll quickly answer the. I'll quickly answer the.
You have to put here.
1, 2. I'll quickly answer the questions. On disabilities, I think my simple answer is culture. How organizations can embrace the culture within the way they operate that allows them to actually change those behaviors, attitude, how people react to people with disabilities at the workplace. And what we have done in Wezesha is really to continue to iterate this culture. So you have to, from where I sit as the CEO, it is my job to make sure that the culture of the company allows every individual who walks in on that in our company from day one, understands what is our culture and how do we embrace people with disabilities when they walk in and how they look at them. Now, culture is not only my job, it is also the job of the people in the company to also embrace it and to make sure that they also believe in it. So first, it starts with me to set that culture. You know, when you walk in the company, you already find that culture. It's very clear. You're given a handbook, you know, but that handbook is not just to be read. It is to be implemented by you as the employee. So I will say every organization need to think about their culture and how they work with people with disabilities and how they refine it, how they embrace it, and how they make sure that the people that are in that company are embracing it. And if they are not embracing it, then they are not part of the culture. In terms of the question on the credit, sorry, I'll first answer Steve's question. Steve is a very good friend. We've been in this space for a very long time. So I'm glad you asked that question because my journey started with a hackathon back in Strathmore University. My first business was a tele. So Pesesha is my second. My first business was a tele, was a Strathmore hackathon winner at the time when I was only 26 years old. And that business became Wezatele, and that business got bought out in 2015. So what I am saying in short is, yes, there could be women participating in those hackathons, but also what we are seeing now is we don't have champions and role models who are able to show women that you can actually, it's not just a competition, it can be something big. For me, it was a business. So I think we really need to do a better job as African women documenting our stories and telling the narrative as it is. So I think that's the first thing that's missing. We're not telling our stories enough. I have written a book, but I can tell you, you can only find that book in Strathmore about my journey. Now, what about the other women? Where can they find the book? Yeah. So we need to do a better job when we think about these events and these e-commerce initiatives. These events should be telling the stories of the successful women and using those stories as role models. And I think lastly, I'll mention that there's so many challenges and stereotypes, but we're now past the age of stereotypes. If women are participating, it's an equal opportunity for both men and women. So as long as you have the skills, you have the capability, you should go all the way. But then the most important thing is the mentorships in those programs are also lacking. You'll find they are just competitions, but they are not going over and above. It was a competition, there was a grant. What happens after that 50,000 grant is over? We need to think about building a business, yeah? So we are finding that some of these initiatives, they want to tick a box. We did a hackathon, it had 40% women, but they are actually not thinking about the long-term aspect of these competitions to also incentivize women to go all the way beyond a competition. So I think we really need to do a better job. The organizations that are actually planning these events, how do you incentivize women and mentor them to actually build businesses out of this? Lastly, on the question on credit, we can speak offline because I think right now I don't want to talk about our requirements and everything because Fiona might just tell me, Hilda, that was not the agenda. But to answer your question, I think we've had to learn the hard way that a majority of the women we reject in our credit are actually still women because they lack the right documentation. Majority of the women, as I've mentioned, we've lent to, they don't have a credit history. So we've had to build it from scratch. They don't even have a bank account, some of them. So it is a journey. And as long as the women are willing to be part of that journey, you will actually get the credit. And we have success stories from Nairobi to Machakos to Kajiado of women who started with us and they actually now are growing and empowering and creating jobs, but they just needed a bit of patience. So for me, we can speak outside, but one thing I can tell you and assure you is we do LPO financing, we do support a lot of women who come in. If you don't have collateral, that's not an issue. We are not a bank. What we want to make sure is we take you through the program where we give you financial education. We allow you to build your credit history with us. It doesn't take time. It's just the amount of work you also need to put in. And then we give you credit and grow you up the ladder. So embrace that journey. Don't give up. But also find where the credit makes sense for you. Because if it doesn't work for your business, don't take it.
Yeah, I think I'd want to add to the question around disability, and I can give it from our point of experience. I think the first thing is, culture in the organization or in the workplace is usually either set by policies or leadership initiatives. And this can be our entry points. So for example, in our case, I mentioned earlier, we deal with employers. So we cannot champion and tell employers to hire persons with disabilities if we ourselves are not hiring, persons with disabilities. And I'm happy to say that within our workforce, we have team members who are persons with disabilities. Probably was not the case some years back, but now it is. Because now with that, any stigma, myths, mysteries, we can demystify. We have situations where a person is given duties or roles based on their disability as opposed to their skill or competence. However, if we have these persons with disabilities within the workforce, they are able to do their job, they are given responsibilities, they have roles. Those who are within that workforce are able to see. That's one way to transform. The second thing, if we're being intentional, what we have done is partner with an organization that actually works with people with disabilities, because it's not enough. For example, if we're talking about hiring practices, to just write people with disabilities are encouraged to apply. I think that's usually the word. What if they don't see it? Yeah. But if we're intentional, then we're able to reach out to such an organization. For example, they have a database of professionals and entrepreneurs who are persons with disabilities in Kenya. And they can, if it's an advert about a job, they can advertise to that demographic as well. So if we are being intentional in that sense, then we may not change the culture overnight, but slowly. So first, let's do it in practice. So we're not just talking about it. We need to do inclusion. Let's do it. And then slowly by slowly, we will win people just by seeing, by experiencing, so that we demystify the issue around the abilities of someone with disability. I think that's what I'd say. And you said you're a sign interpreter. And one of the things we knew our shortcomings in, we'd have such settings, and we do not have someone doing sign interpretation, which is also a shortcoming but usually not thought about. So it's being intentional right from design, right from the thought process, so that we make sure we are putting in place strategies, interventions, efforts that are specifically reaching out to these underrepresented groups.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I really want to thank you for taking the time to be on this panel and share on this very broad and weighty topic. I wish we had more time, but thank you very much, Hilda and Sylvia. And thank you very much again. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Fiona, Sylvia, and Hilda. Let's give them another warm round of applause. To the female entrepreneurs in the room, and I like to say this because I think Hilda doesn't talk about it enough. She talked about the hackathon at Strathmore with Wezatele, which became Wezatele afterwards. And when she exited Wezatele, I think she sold for just over $100 million. $1 million. So just imagine how far that could take you. So the gentleman who talked about university hackathons, I hope you will continue to encourage more of our STEM students to take part in that. All right, so we will break for tea now. It's just over 1/2 the hour. We want to start the next session exactly at 5 p.m. So I'd like to request that we're in the hall and seated at latest 5 to 5. Our panel will kick off exactly at 5 because remember, we do have the e-commerce awards and we'd like to give that as much time as possible. And also our panel that's coming up is on young people. It's on the Vijana, and our moderator, I can see him somewhere in the room, will be taking us through engaging the digital natives, e-commerce approaches for Vijana, that's the young people. All right, so let's break for tea and see you here at 5 minutes to 5. kick off our next session. That are still outside, we have our service team that's helping usher them inside into the main hall. But as I mentioned, we do have an incredible session coming up now, and thereafter we will have the e-commerce awards. I'd like to request to keep the doors closed. Thank you very much. And for our first session after tea, which will be, I know because I've listened to the moderator before, quite an engaging session that we can expect. I know he's saying pressure, but it will be quite an amazing session on engaging the digital natives with a focus on e-commerce approaches for the young people, for Vijana. Let's put our hands together for George Mbithi, who will be moderating this panel. George is an experienced corporate and development communications professional with over 14 years of expertise. He's currently the Senior Communications Manager for Palladium's corporate office in Kenya. George is skilled in executing campaigns that drive stakeholder action that lead to transformative change. He has worked for projects and campaigns backed by donors such as the USAID, the FCDO, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, World Bank, Gatsby Charitable Foundation, among others. Let's give George a warm round of applause.
Hey. Good, let me see. Good afternoon, everyone. You will allow me to sit down, right? Okay. So as my good friend Terian has said, my name is George Mbithi. You know, when someone introduces themselves and says one name twice, what they are telling you is that they prefer being called the name they have said it twice. You've learned something new today, right? So now, this happens to be the very last panel discussion for the day. And the pressure is very high because when we were laughing with Terian, there is like deliberately, we deliberately saved the best for the last. And that is is a lot of pressure for the moderator and also for the panelists. And so I'm going to ask the panelists to come on stage. Before I introduce the panelists, I just want to say that I work for a company called Palladium. Palladium is actually the company awarded the E-Trade Alliance contract by USAID. And we work in partnership with the Ecommerce Institute and the Next Trade Group. You've already met Michael, you've met a lot of other guys who have been coming up here for Ecommerce Institute and the E-Trade Alliance. They are our implementing partners. I'm going to call upon the panelists. From Shop Zetu, we are going to have Miriam Shivanchi. Is she in? Miriam So give her a round of applause. Just encourage her until you clap until she gets to the stage. You continue clapping until she's here. So Miriam will tell us about herself. So Miriam, please take a seat. And the other panelist is Nancy Mwai from New Level. Nancy, all the way clapping, all the way until she sits down. If I see you not clapping, actually, I will ask you to stand up and clap for her alone. Thank you very much. Welcome, Nancy. And the last one is Linda, who is an influencer. I am the luckiest person today to actually moderate a session with an influencer. Let's see how she influences this session. Welcome, Linda. Asante sana. Now, so the session is about engaging the digital natives, e-commerce approaches for vijana. Don't be, okay, when you look at us here, we are all vijana. Don't be lied to by my beards, guys. This is a way of disguising myself. But as we continue talking about the years we are referring to for this session, I belong, okay? I am a Gen Z at heart. So today we'll explore the vital task of connecting with digital native consumers, particularly those who were born between 1997 and 2012. Can I see anybody who belongs to that group? 1997 to Marcos, thank you very much. Clap for Marcos. Marcos belongs to the group which was born between 1997 to 2012. He will tell us the magic he used to grow to being the president of Ecommerce Institute when he is close to a Gen Alpha, not even Gen Z. So to my panelists, I just want to put up, some context before we go to the questions. This group that we are talking about, the Vijana of 1997 to 2012, it represents about 25% of the global population. This is about 2 billion people. It's a huge group in the world. And they are very powerful consumer segments. Now, they have grown up in a digital world. Ever since they were born in digital world, they grew up in digital world, and their expectations around online shopping, social media, and brand interactions are very unique. They are unique compared to the other generations that we have in the world. And I am honored to introduce you three. I've already mentioned your names. Miriam, Head of Growth and Strategy at ShopZetu. Nancy Mwai, who is a founder. Nancy Mwai is founder and creative director at New Level, and she's also an influencer. When she's talking, she tells us how she influences. Then Linda Alexet, is that how you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? Alexet. With X. Okay. She's a prominent digital influencer here in Kenya. To start, I would like to show some data. I think it's the data should be put on the screen. I would like to just show some data, which is from the World Data Lab, conducted by Nielsen and GfK. On the screen, you can see a map. You can see a map highlighting the highest consumer spending projected for 2030. The region's young consumers are set to be among the largest spenders, as shown in purple. I don't know whether the contrast shows the purple, but they are going to be the largest spenders by 2030, according to this research that was done by GfK and Nielsen. So Miriam, based on your experience in growth and strategy, how do you believe brands can leverage this demographics influence on the market to drive sustainable growth? What shifts in approach or strategy do you see as essential for capturing the loyalty of digital natives? Miriam.
Hello, everyone. I'm sure everyone knows ShopZetu. ShopZetu is an e-commerce fashion marketplace, and we host about 250 vendors on our platform. And I'd like to say most of our consumers are between the ages of 24 and 34, right? So, So as a business, we have to look for ways and strategies to meet them at grass level. It could be payment solutions. So partnerships for us are key. Like we have to offer them tap to pay options at delivery. M-Pesa, we have to work with partnerships like Loop to just ensure that we are offering quick solutions when they are purchasing items on our platform. We also have to look at the type of vendors that we are onboarding. Are they giving them variety in terms of price and quality that they can actually buy? Because we're in a generation whereby Gen Z now have disposable income. So we have to give them a variety from under 2K to 5K, a range that we can sell to them. They can buy on our platform. We can retain them on our platform because, as you've said, they're the future in 2030. So as a business, we take data very seriously when it comes to trying and looking at their customer journey and trying to, enhance their experience on their platform. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Miriam, for the insights on strategizing for Gen Zs. I think you have your own mics. Each one can have their mic, yeah? Yeah. The political class in Kenya is always, terrified when they hear Gen Zs. And apparently every Kenyan wants to belong to the Gen Z class. So thank you very much, Miriam, for that. Now, Linda, let me bring you on into this conversation. Now, considering your expertise in creating social media content, what tips would you offer to brands aiming to capture the attention of these young digital natives? First, before you respond, you have to know that a recent study by Nielsen and GfK, which we had already shown here, revealed that this generation is more open to exploring new brands and seeks novelty and fun in everyday products. So how can we create content that truly resonates with their preferences?
Hi, everyone. Thank you, George. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself the best way I know how. My name is Linda Alexet, a digital creator and influencer and actress and a lover of life. So the tips I'll offer brands to capture the attention of these young digital natives. First of all, I would like for brands to bear in mind that this is a generation that has grown with internet and technology as an integral part of their everyday lives. So for you to capture their attention, given these are people who have a choice and they're bold in their choice, is first of all, you lean into storytelling when you're creating your content. Let me see how you went from point A to B, then eventually Z, not A, Z, then back to B and all that. And also keep your content, try and make it good quality content. And by good quality content doesn't mean an expensive camera. The trick is you just clean your camera lenses. Because if I address, because I know, let's say if I see a dress on Shop Zeto's website and it's a yellow dress, I want the dress to be delivered in yellow, not orange. The excuse will be the lighting, the camera. Just make sure you have good quality content and what I order is what I get. And also try and have fun and let me see that you love what you do. For example, I'll see Nancy Moy using her lip oils and I see she's actually enjoying using the lip oil. I'm going to be influenced in as much as I might not know much about the lip oil, but just because I can see you having fun and it's a product you genuinely love, I'm going to buy the product. I'm going to be influenced and I'm going to be glued. And also one last tip, keep your videos short, as short as possible. I'd say a safe area should be allowed around 40 to 60 seconds. If it's longer than that, make sure the first 10 seconds, at least, you've captured my attention. So I don't get bored, especially on a platform like TikTok. Speaking of TikTok, you just keep up with the trends. But also try not to lose your brand's identity, trying to keep up with all the trends. Not every trend is going to work with your brand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think, let me see whether we can, yeah, I wanted that on screen. Now, looking further ahead into product preferences, data suggests that as these young consumers transition into adulthood, their spending will shift toward items like skincare, probiotics, things to do with snacks. And for example, those who become parents are likely to prioritize items like fruit snacks, yogurt and such products. You can see here on the screen that a breakdown of the must-have products for this generation. Now, the spending is, look at 2024, we are talking about, and the projection between 2024 and 2034, a jump from 7.1 all the way to 27. That is like, I don't know, it's, I'm very good at math, so I will not be able to say how much, what is the, what's the percentage jump there, but there are some which is more than 10x in, in the next 10 years. Now, Nancy, I would like to bring you to this conversation. So with your brand focusing on skincare, which is one of the must-haves for this generation, how do you see these evolving product trends impacting your approach? So how can brands tailor their products and messaging, both products and messaging, to align with the changing priorities of this consumer group?
Okay, so for my brand, New Level, we are mostly in between beauty and skincare, which I usually call we're in self-care. Yeah, so we are not really into self-care and we are not really deep into the makeup. So for the next generation, and my daughter will be in that next generation, when it comes to messaging, I've realized also as being an influencer, what matters is authentically showing up as yourself, as the brand. For us, we started off as fashion and then we went into beauty, and it was a conversation I had to have online. It's something I had to tell people. It's not something I just show up. So you need to be authentic in your messaging, because that's how this generation is connecting with brands. Also, storytelling is so important, as she said, because you cannot come from A and then Z. You need to start your audience with, this is what we're bringing into the market. What do you guys think? Have you guys tried it? Give us your feedback, which really matters to the audience right now. And because they've come into a world where they're using their phones from the minute they are born, because the mother is on their phone, this is something that matters to them. So for them, when it comes to engaging with brands online, when they get to the age of actually purchasing, for them, it will be a quick, this is a very beautiful brand. I love the colors. I love how they talk. I love how they do their content, and I feel connected to the brand. So it's in storytelling and at the same time in connecting with the audience. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for that insight in aligning product. And I love the idea of storytelling. You just don't just push the product, but you walk the customer into a journey.
Yeah.
So now let me get a little bit deeper into your experience, because you are both an influencer and you are a founder and an influencer. So you bridge the gap between entrepreneurship and consumer influence. So in your opinion, what role does storytelling play because now you had already brought it up, in building connections with the young audiences? How can brands leverage authentic storytelling to build trust and engagement with digital natives, this group that you're talking about?
So for us at New Level, especially with the change from fashion into beauty, we've had to really take time to communicate our values. They may be the same, but things have changed now. So we have to, when it comes to storytelling, it's what's your why? Why are you here? Why are you doing this? And what's your purpose as a brand? Also, when it comes to storytelling, it has really helped us build trust. Okay. And that is one of the ways you're able to connect with your audience, by just building trust over time by storytelling. And for us, especially being online primarily, there's a way you might feel that a brand with a physical location is connecting more with their audience than the ones that don't have a physical location. However, I do feel that being online gives you a much bigger opportunity to connect better. There are so many ways to connect with your audience these days. It can be engaging in a trend. And as she said, you can't just engage in all trends because then it becomes like, what are you doing? It can be how there are people who prefer for us to communicate to them on email. There are people who prefer WhatsApp. So they're very much open with us communicating to them on WhatsApp and building a relationship. Everything shouldn't be, hey, buy from me, I'm selling. It's also talking about our journey. It's also talking about our challenges. We share our team, you know, who's in the team, what are we currently doing? And also at the same time, for me, I did marketing and branding. And I feel like also one of the ways to connect with your audience is also in the way you brand your products, which is something I'm very, very passionate about. Yeah. Another thing is in this day and age, especially with SMEs, and especially now coming to this, the audience in 2034, I feel like right now with storytelling, you're able to get feedback. If things are going wrong, a customer can easily give you feedback immediately in your comments, in your DMs, quickly on email or even a phone call. When you think about it, some of the bigger brands, you buy something from Carrefour, huge brand worldwide, something happens to the consumer, where are they going? You know? So storytelling helps where they're able to talk to the company, and it also the channels to get to, let's say, someone like me who's the owner of the brand is quick and easy and fast. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Nancy. Now, let's pivot a little bit to explore how e-commerce can be optimized to enhance the user experience for this demographic that we are talking about. So, Miriam, with your background in growth and strategy, could you discuss how e-commerce platforms can better support the preferences of younger consumers? Like what features or functionalities should brands focus on to ensure a seamless and engaging shopping experience for digital natives?
I'd say customer service plays a huge role. So as a business, we've implemented tools where customers, like if someone is to return a product, that is seamless. And also, as technology is moving forward, things like AI, where someone can be able to try on an item on the website and see if it fits or doesn't fit. So with this generation, quick solutions, that's what they're looking for. They want engagement that they can relate to, authenticity. So by offering all these types of things in relation to CRM, retention, and customer service, I think it plays a huge role in keeping them engaged on the platform. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Miriam. Linda, back to you. As you regularly interact with this demographic on social media, could you share some tips on how brands can foster genuine community engagement? What approaches or content formats have you found resonate best with Kenyan youth and drive lasting engagement?
Thank you, George. One thing I love about Kenya is there's always a trending sound, a trending video, especially on TikTok. If let's say Nancy Mwai, you're using your lip oil, I'm sorry, I'm gonna use you. If you're using your lip oil, it doesn't have to be a professionally shot video, just a random video of you applying your lip oil, and you post it on TikTok with a random trending sound. My first attention will be on the sound, yes. But again, I'll be like, wow, her lips look moisturized. She's glowing. What was she applying? Then it will make me have to watch the video again. Now the second time I'm watching it to see what you're using and eventually get to go to shop new level. And also I'll advise brands to take advantage of features like the live sessions on TikTok or like Instagram, because there you give your audience real-time answers, you know. Conduct Q&As on Instagram. Again, Nancy Mwai. Let's say you have a lipstick from New Level. I know you have different shades of lipsticks that are quite almost similar, like the red ones. You can just conduct a Q&A. You ask people, which one is this one? The first person to get it will win like a free lipstick. And maybe if this is a monthly routine, everyone will have to look for New Levels this month giveaway. and also do polls, ask people what they want, how they prefer your product, what other uses of lipsticks and such. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Linda. For this young generation, as you can see from the screen there, studies show that products with multiple sustainability attributes experience a 2.5 times higher sales lift compared to those with just a single sustainability claim. Now, I'll go to Nancy. With this in mind, as consumer expectations around sustainability and brand ethics grow, particularly among the generation we are talking about, how can e-commerce brands authentically showcase these values? And how can brands effectively balance transparency with impactful marketing?
Okay, so for e-commerce, I feel when it comes to especially even product-based or service-based business, for my experience, I feel like show, don't tell. You can come say I have red lipstick and I'm selling, you know, or you can come show how this red lipstick looks like on different skin tones, right? Where a consumer will see themselves in one of the women you're using to showcase the lipstick, right? Same thing with fashion. You don't have to put one body type. It can be different body types for us to see how it looks like. Yet again, you can also showcase how one dress can be worn 5 times to the office, vacation, you know, to a party. So it's the same thing when it comes to sustainability, to showcase how one product can be used multiple times. Another thing is building trust with your audience by being relatable. A lot of times, some of the bigger brands, you find the brands are so big, it's very hard to keep it relatable. So on our end, especially for me being a small brand, what I do is I try to engage influencers as much as I can by either sending out PR where they're able to talk to their audiences about a certain product. And with that, everybody gets a way to use their products their own way. It could be a lip oil, which works for me as an everyday use, and someone else might end up using it as a night mask. And if they communicate that to their audience, that's different. And they're building trust with their audience, which in turn bounces to the brand. Yeah.
Wow, I think you've the tech out there. Sure. Don't tell how you were listening. I was looking at you to see whether you were listening. So let me go to the next slide here. For this generation that we are talking about, consumption is a form of personal expression. And personalization has become an expectation. Like they really want things very personalized, very personal. Young consumers seek custom experiences and products that align with their specific life stages and needs. The growth of retail media networks and apps in recent years has made it easier for brands to target and personalize recommendations for this audience. Miriam, considering that digital natives prioritize convenience and personalization, what role do data and analytics play in delivering these tailored experiences? And how can brands ethically leverage data to anticipate and meet the evolving needs of young consumers?
For an e-commerce platform, you can personalize people's profiles. Let's say Terian likes buying jumpsuits, dresses, and all that.
Does, yeah.
So there are tools one can use on a website whereby when she comes back to shop, she's only recommended things that she likes. So you can leverage data to get her to buy things that she likes so that she doesn't have to go through a lot of pages, going through Gen Z, babies, men's. We are only targeting her based on what she likes. So I feel as an e-commerce business, things like this go a long way in trying to capitalize sales, have brand loyalty, and retain Terian as a client on our website. Yeah.
And what about the question of the ethics, because this you are mining data about Terian.
Yes.
You're mining a lot of data about Terian and retaining it on your platform. So where does the ethics question come in?
So this is what happens. People don't read terms and conditions on websites. People don't read terms and conditions.
But
on
you always
websites.
put it in fine print.
It is always there, right? So when you shop something like on ShopZetu, those that have shopped, you may get an email to recommend what you previously bought, right? And when you are opening a profile onto the platform, you are ticking in terms and conditions that either may include marketing, will be using your data for XYZ. So I feel we are compliant as a platform because that option is there for the customer and they can opt out or unsubscribe at any given time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't. I think when I open it to the questions from the audience, I'm very sure I am expecting somebody to probe you further on that question of ethics, data retention, and all that. But Linda, given your experience with trends in content, how do you see social media evolving in the next few years? And what new platforms or formats should brands keep an eye on to engage digital natives effectively?
I'll highly recommend using TikTok. Take advantage of TikTok.
There is an American audience here, yeah?
Yeah.
just saying.
I mean, no harm. Yeah, I take advantage of TikTok mainly because TikTok is just for videos and short videos. Like a snappy short video is highly to get more engagement on TikTok as compared to Instagram, because Instagram has a feed post that doesn't necessarily need to be a video. So make sure your videos are short. Take advantage also of the YouTube shorts, TikTok trends, and also make sure your content is authentic and relatable. Trust me, we can tell when you're overselling. We can tell when you are not enjoying, when you're not having fun. This is a generation that has a choice and they have a voice. They choose what to consume and what not to consume. Let's say if they have 5 minutes on TikTok or on Instagram, how are you going to make sure they are watching your video and not just scrolling past it because they're just bored? We can tell when you're overselling your product. So take advantage of TikTok, do short videos, be relatable, be authentic, because like Nancy said, it builds trust and you're credible.
But so there's one trend that I've seen in Kenya. Yeah, I also visit TikTok from time to time. Again, I said, don't thou be lied by the beards, Gen Z at heart. There is use of comedians, especially in Kenya, to sell different products and services and all that. And then they start with a segment of comedy. And then after a few seconds of comedy, then they transition into selling. So it's a comic piece that relates with what they are selling. But then the audience will watch the comic part, and by the time they are starting to sell, you scroll to the next one. So how do you ensure that you keep this person engaged to be able to see what you are selling and not just to consume the comedy bit alone?
Like I said, just make sure your video is not long. I feel like past 60 seconds, you're stretching because I'm going to be bored. So the first 10 seconds of your video should be entertaining enough. There's something called product placement. If the first second is more comic, and I see like the sun is somewhere behind, in a frame or something, that way I'm going to still see the product, but I'm still watching the comic side of the video. And mostly I'm going to be interested in reading the caption because now I want to see what's this comic video about? Because I've seen comic videos like maybe throughout the whole day, but what makes yours unique? What are you selling? Don't just promote, have fun and engage me. Yeah.
Okay, so I have time for 2 questions, burning questions from the audience. Going once? Yeah, I used to be a teacher sometimes back, and when after a lesson, if you ask whether there are questions and there are not, there are 2 things that are involved. One, either the students understood everything or they understood nothing. So you better have questions for us.
So my question goes, I can stand. Can you hear me? So I wanted to ask, given that you have brands that are targeting young consumers, some of the tools you use to create content and also test how your content is doing to these consumers, because there's a certain brand voice you need to have, but then you need to test to also find what works. And then in the testing, you try many different things, but how do you still maintain that brand voice and like your brand as you really test different things and kind of not lose or shift your audience so much? So how are you guys doing that as established brands? Oh, my name is Farhia, and I'm also trying to build a cool brand.
Thank you. Who wants to take that?
We can do the two questions together.
Yeah, another point up there. You can go, yeah.
Thank you. So two questions. Oh, sorry. My name is Michael from Archangel. So I have two questions. The first one is mostly for the e-commerce side of things. How do you deal with the abandoned cart problem? Because it's something we've been experiencing before, where about 60% of the drop-offs happen and there's no way to convert. So for the two of you, how exactly have you done that? And then the second question is for those who are now the influencers, like the other two, the future of what you call about social commerce. We're getting to a point where we are about to start interacting with your products on the space itself. So if you're going to Twitch, being able to actually buy the product from there, it's actually coming in. So how easy is it to access you when that functionality becomes available?
Okay, so can I have them respond to those first before we can see whether we have time for?
I'll answer the first question briefly about testing and maintaining audience. So at Shop Zetu, because we have so many brands catering to different age groups, so we do something called A/B testing. We do it on Meta. We even do it, our social and content media team, they test different content and see what resonates, like engagement even on social media. And for A/B testing, when we are doing our performance marketing team, they will test a video, a single image, a carousel, put them either on something like on an advantage and see which one does or performs better. And they will switch off the rest and either add more money onto the one that is performing better so that we see what the results are. So data is what I usually say when it comes to even doing the A/B testing. We learn from it so that next time we do it better or enhance what we've been doing. So that is very key in trying to maintain Shop Zetu as a brand without, going on bloodlines, let me put it that way. So we try to maintain our brand identity through data. And to answer your question about abandoned cart, there's an automatic email. So we have automations on our platform where if you buy something and it sits on the cart or you abandon cart, you'll get an automatic email that will tell you, hey, you had XYZ on your cart. Are you proceeding with the purchase? And if we see you've not communicated for maybe another week or 2 weeks, we'll be like, we are giving you like an X percentage if you complete your order, an incentive. So there are different strategies that we have tried and that have worked. We have even upsold that if you buy this, you can get a second one at this percentage. So we've tried different strategies to try upsell, cross-sell at the abandoned cart level.
Yeah, you've just given me a strategy where I will be putting stuff in the cart and I wait for a week for me to get
It won't work. It depends on how long you've been on the platform though, right?
Okay.
So we look at your history. If you're a first-time buyer, of course, you'll be like, I'd say you'll be like a high priority because you want to want to retain you, want to convert you into the platform. And if you've been there for a long time and we're seeing your history, yes, you do buy. So maybe you will buy eventually. And there are those that just need a little bit of a push, right, to purchase. And we also use tools like email marketing, for example, where we'll be like, if you refer, you get, and once you also have your data and we understand your purchasing power, like if we know there is a flash sale coming in the next 2-3 days, you'll be the first to know. So those privileges and incentives make you want to purchase somehow. You'll buy.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, can you take the second question, the question on influencers?
I wanted to add on the.
Okay, yes, okay.
I wanted to add on the abandoned cart. I do believe because let's say you're just in a supermarket and you see something and the price is slashed, you're going to get it immediately. So I believe with e-commerce, for what I do on my platform, I create a sense of urgency and I stress you. You have to buy it within 4 hours max. I don't give you a week. In a week, you should be giving me a review of the product. So right now, when you have your 1,000 shillings, give it to me. Because the minute you leave, you're giving that 1,000 shillings to somebody else and your attention has gone somewhere else. So what I do on my end is the minute you abandon your cart, within 10 minutes, I've sent you an email or a message on your WhatsApp. Very quick. I'm inside your phone. Okay, because at that point, I usually feel the customer was maybe having coffee and then someone called them, hey, Michael, hi, and they forgot and they started talking. No, immediately there's a message, hey, check out. And if you don't check out, within 4 hours, I create a unique code and it's only valid for 24 hours. It creates a unique code where you get a 10% or 15% off, where you have to purchase, but it will expire in 24 hours. After 24 hours, don't come for me, buy at full price.
Wow, thank you. Let's hear a response to the. Yeah, I shop online a lot, and what she's saying is very true. Like you abandon cart for just a few hours because you've been distracted, and within no time you are receiving texts or you are receiving emails, and they're like, okay, I hear you. It's fine. I'm finishing the next few before 4 hours are over. Yeah. So the influencer question. So there was a question around influencers, right? So can you repeat the question, please? The guy is standing, yeah. He's standing over there.
So yeah, let me repeat that. So there is currently a move happening in Asia where you're seeing a lot of creators creating content and people being able to buy products from the service while it is running. It is something that one of the platforms I've involved in, we are actually building that infrastructure. So towards early next year, we will be able to do that in Africa because the goal is to get content creators paid. So assuming that service is available and the whole entire infrastructure is available, how easy is it to get access to you? Because it's going to help both content side as well as the commerce side of things, because it's something that you can benefit from both in terms of direct sales and also in terms of third-party sales of products by the people you're influencing for. I hope that's clear.
Nancy, you want to help with that?
Let me understand your question. You're talking about being able to buy through lives. Is it the one the lady from China made 2 million? Well, shows. Oh my God. If it's coming, please call me. Because that is one of the struggles I've noticed when it comes to our social media platforms, especially to us in Africa, because Instagram has already taken the shop button from us. So I don't know why. So if that was possible, I think it would be really good. I did my first product live. I was introducing a new product into our portfolio.
And I decided to do a live. And the reason I told my team we have to do a live is because the time the product took was quite, there was some delays in things. And I said, we have to go to market. And the one idea we had is we're going to go on live. So I started with my broadcast audience. These are the special people who've joined our broadcast channel. I did a live for them. And in that one, I was able to sell. However, now for us, since the product you can't click buy at that point, which I think would be the best, because at that point I can stress you and tell you just during this live for 30 minutes, I'm giving you 15% off just for you. So what I did at that time, I said, anybody who buys during this live will get it in a gift box. So you won't get it like, you know, everybody else. Yours is gonna be special. And I noticed that I converted sales. So even before I announced that product to everybody, I made sales within those hours. So I did the broadcast. I came and did to our audience, not the full audience. And then I went into TikTok. I was literally on live for a good 3 hours of the day. And I made very good sales even before the product was there. You couldn't find the product on the site, not unless you came on the live. I was able to explain to you where it was hidden. So yes, if that is an option, it would be really, really good because I was able to sell because I was showing it in real time how it's working. I was able to explain. If anybody new came in, I would explain. So if someone stayed in through for a whole hour of the live, they literally had me say, it color changes, it does this, it does this, it does this like 100 times. And I tell them, you're gonna get it in a gift box. You're the first one, you're the special ones. So I was able to convert at that time. So yes, if it does come, please call me.
Okay, you wanted to add something?
From experience, this live sale, it wants someone that is charismatic. You don't want someone that is boring on a live. I'm sure you've seen some of the lives. I don't know, you have to work with micro influencers, but that person has to have personality, charisma to sell. Like there's this a particular influencer by the name of Rispa Faith. She makes me laugh, but you'll be engaged in what she's selling until the end. So I feel also personality and someone's character, whoever who is selling, they may not necessarily resonate with the brand, but they're just people who can sell anything you put on their laps. It's just their personality. So I'll be happy to see that happening in Kenya at that level in Japan or Korea.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Linda. Your invaluable insights into engaging a unique group of consumers. I hope the audience found it very useful. I hope you've learned a thing or two. They are here during the break time. You can engage them one-on-one to be able to get further deeper insights. We are pressed for time, so we have to close it at that. And next on stage after this, we're going to have a very exciting session whereby we will be celebrating the winners of the startup competition and the e-commerce award. So please be sure to be available for that session. See who are the winners. They will be unveiled in the next few sessions. So please, a round of applause for the 3 lovely ladies who have engaged us for this session. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate George, and in his fashion, let us clap until they sit down. All right, well, it's time now for the awards ceremony, and we have 2 different awards. One, of course, is the e-commerce awards, which we've talked about All day, we have 7 amazing companies that will be winning this award. Linda Onyango from the SME Support Center. Let's give her a warm round of applause as she comes to join us on stage. And I'd also like to welcome Brent Mutunga from Registry Africa, who was also part of the team that made the judgment on the winner of the startup competition. Do we have them in the room? Linda and Brent? All right, it looks like they're still winding up in the next room where the startup competition was going on. So we'll move into the e-commerce awards to start with. All right, so we'll start with the e-commerce awards. As I mentioned, we have 7 awards to amazing companies this year, and those of us who were here last year may remember some of the names that were part of the competition. I'm told there was some amazing voting as well. For the e-commerce awards, I'd like to welcome on stage Gilbert Trono, Michael Poor, Adriano from Vitex, and Marcos. Please come and join me on stage. Let's give them a warm round of applause. They will be awarding our amazing winners this evening. All right, and on the screens, we will now get the slides of our winners for the 7 awards. Let's start with the first one. Do we have drum rolls? And drum rolls, please. And the e-commerce award, best in online business, the best SME is Purping. All right, Purping, karibu sana. Let's give him another warm round of applause. All right, congratulations.
I traveled more than 10,000 kilometers to this permit. Okay.
Congratulations once again to Purping and the entire team. All right, let's find out who the next winner is for the e-commerce awards. Best in business online, best mobile initiative goes to Carrefour. All right, let's clap for the team as they make their way to the stage. Congratulations to the Carrefour best mobile initiative.
The last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. a good time.
When
It's time to come together. It's up to you.
The award
of pleasure.
Do we have the Google team with us? Yes, we do. I see Michael at the back. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. Congratulations to Google and the team. ESG in the digital industry.
It's a celebration. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the years. So bring your good time. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Let's celebrate. It's all right. Have a good night. Let's celebrate.
Thank you and congratulations. All right, let's now find out who's the winner here and what award it is for in fashion and beauty. Let's put our hands together for Shop Zetu. All right, let us team and celebrate them as they make their way to the stage. Congratulations for winning the fashion and beauty award.
I want to appreciate this award. Where's Igor? I've been wanting to see who Igor is. Hi, Igor. Thank you so much. I know I've been stressing you. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for East Africa e-commerce and community and the Institute. We do appreciate this award as Shop Zetu.
A hearty congratulations to the Shop Zetu team once again. All right, and let's now move to the next award, and that is in financial services and online banking. And the award goes to Peach Payments. Let's welcome the team on stage with a warm round of applause. Congratulations on your win.
I repeat, this has been a fantastic audience, and thank you so much for this award. Yes, yeah, absolutely. And Kenya is strategically a very important market for us. We are seeing the momentum in the e-commerce space, more so with your presence in this hall. We are looking at deepening our presence in the Kenyan market. Tej is our country head and managing director for Kenya. We are working closely with the regulators. We are working closely with the banks. And yes, with their support, we will also be launching payment facilitation services in Kenya, and we are looking forward to the launch of the same. And once again, thank you for your votes. Thank you for your support. And of course, this is a great audience.
All right, let's appreciate the Peach Payments team. Congratulations on your win.
We'll take a photo with all the winners together, okay? And at the end.
All right, thank you, Marcos. All right, and let's move to the next winner this evening, and that's in retail. Let's put our hands together for Victoria Home Store. Victoria Home Store, congratulations. Please make your way to the stage. Congratulations on winning the E-Commerce Award 2024 for the retail sector.
Victoria Homestore family, we are here to continue adding a touch of love to your daily life when you get home. So we are committed to do that every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Victoria Homestore for winning the E-Commerce Award 2024 for retail. All right, and the last award for our E-Commerce Awards this evening goes to Services and Solutions for E-Commerce. A warm and hearty congratulations to the FedEx team for winning Services and Solutions for E-Commerce at the E-Commerce Awards 2024.
Small enough to care and big enough to deliver. Thank you very much, and watch this space. Thank you.
All right, congratulations to the FedEx team. All right, it's time now to focus on the winner of the startup competition. I'd like to welcome Linda Onyango from the SME Support Center. Please come and join us on stage. I'd also like to welcome Brent Mutunga from Registry Africa. Please come and join us on stage to announce the winner of the E-Commerce Awards Startup Competition 2024. Let's give our judges a warm round of applause as they come to speak with us and tell us a little bit about the startup competition and a little bit about why the winner is the winner.
Okay, good evening, everyone. In the middle, okay, great. So we had a really tough job. We had 13 great pitches. Yes, I'll do that. We had 13 great pitches and 13 great startups. Great to see there were young enterprises. It was really motivating. So we had broadly a criteria of 3, if I can explain the process. We had a criteria of 3. The first is the market assessment. So we had 3 criteria under market assessment. So we were looking at the market opportunity, the product itself, the differentiation of the product or the solution itself. The second category was the project assessment, just how far along are they with the startup journey? So are they still so nascent? Are they still trying to, how long will it take for them to actually put this product in the market? We're looking at the innovation, and we're also looking at the state of progress, like I explained. And thirdly, we looked at the quality of the entrepreneur, how motivated they are. That's very big in business, the quality of the entrepreneur. And fourthly, we were given the leeway to actually give our own personal perceptions based on our experience in the industry and so forth. So I'd like to thank my fellow judges, Anuj, Joshua, and Brent, who's next to me here. And I don't know whether we should, maybe drum rolls. If the startups are here, drum rolls for them so that I can announce. So the winner for the startup competition was eBikes Africa. Congratulations, congratulations. They have an amazing product.
Congratulations to the eBikes Africa team. Let's appreciate them as they make their way on stage. The winners of the 2024 Ecommerce Day Startup Competition.
And now you have 19 seconds to make a pitch.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, judges. My name is Mbugwa, Jobs Mbugwa. I'm CEO at eBikes Africa. We move people and goods sustainably. So if you need to move any of those 2 things, people or goods, you can reach out to us. So just 3 main points. First of all, we live for future generations. The future is here, it's now. For this reason, I've brought my small brother onto stage so that he can also try out entrepreneurship and feel good when people clap for him and he is. So second, Terian, we were at Connected Africa Summit a few months ago, and we also won the startup competition. And Terian was the host as well. So clap for Terian, please.
I'm good luck for you.
Finally, in case you guys want to talk about anything, you can reach me outside after this and I'll give you my card. Thank you, Hayden. Thank you for the event. Thank you everyone for arranging it. Igor, Natalie, you guys have done an amazing job.
Congratulations to the e-bike team. And one prize that you will get from Brent and Registry Africa is a year of domain and free hosting, free of charge on .africa. Congratulations. Let's give them a warm round of applause. eBikes Africa, the winner of the e-commerce startup competition 2024. All right, please don't leave the stage. I'd like to request all the other winners, please come and join us on stage. Winners of the e-commerce awards, please come and join us on stage for a group photo. All the 7 awards, Carrefour, Paping,
all the teams,
Stop Z2, all of us, please come and join
all
us.
together here. Congratulations.
A celebration that will last throughout the years. So bring your good times